Yeah. You can go to open the mic. Sorry. What is wrong? No, just to go thing out. Do something. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2.
Please. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Aguluki. We are about to start with our program. My role is very short, and that is to introduce the program director of the day, who is Advocate Bulane Baloyi. She is one of you. She's an ethics officer from Mpumalanga Provincial Treasury. So she will be our program director for the day, and we hope you will give her all the necessary support and cooperation. Advocate, if you are ready, I'm handing over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. I don't want the morning. I said good morning, colleagues. Yes, that's better. We normally start our national sessions with a national anthem. Unfortunately, we're having problems, but then we'll have to take a universal one, a universal anthem, which is understood by all of us, maybe not in the same way. Those who don't believe in prayer can do a silent one, but I had asked, she's gone. How's Yvonne, where are you? How's Yvonne from Office of the Premier Mpumalanga? I think she chickened out. Okay, anyone who's led by the Spirit to open for us in prayer? Thank you so much, Ma. And you are? Okay, this is Kanye somewhere. I saw your name somewhere. Where did I see your name from? On the program, yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Can we all stand up? She's requesting that we all stand up so that she can lead us in prayer. If you don't mind, you can even come here.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm just going to request that we close our eyes, bow our heads, give this moment the honor and the respect as we engage and come before our God. Father God, we come before you this morning, Lord Jesus. Heavy, laden with many issues, many troubles, many burdens. We come before you to ask you to grace this occasion. Holy Spirit, as we invite you, we invite your presence. We invite you into this great day, this great moment, this great second. We thank you that in our workspace, Holy Spirit, you can move freely. You can allow us to be innovative to this program of the day, to be creative, to contribute, to participate. Father, we thank you for our leadership today to organize this auspicious occasion. We ask you that you bless the leadership of the DPSA in their endeavors to guide South Africa in
Office of the Premier, they are represented. Gauteng, where are you? Gauteng, You're the only one. Which department? Human settlement, okay. Okay. Or must I say national? National. Not very exciting. National. Okay. I feel welcomed. Northwest. Northwest. You are here. Which department? So your OTP is not here. Or maybe they're joining us from online, I don't know. If we can have an indication just to make sure that Northwest is represented, and especially also from the Office of the Premier. Eastern Cape. I don't know who's managing our online responses. Are we having any responses from online? Eastern Cape? OTP? Eastern Cape? Thank you, madam. You're sitting next to my colleague. You must treat her well. Northern Cape? Really? Siyabulela abobabe or abobawo. Abobabe, I think, is in Mpumalanga. Thank you so much. And then your OTP, are they here? Eastern Cape? Oh, thank you so much. Free State? Lebo. And then OTP, Yaluna, Free State. Oh, thank you so much. And then Western Cape. I'm noting 2 hands. Anyone representing the Office of the Premier there? Online, Tabang? They are. Okay, thank you. And then KZN. In numbers. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. And your OTP representation? Perfect. I think the only one that I did not record yet, their OTP was Northwest. If you can check if they're here. So we're all represented, and as we know that for this year, the second week of September has been dedicated for us as ethics officers. So it's our time to shine. When we go back to the office on Friday, that will be the last day that we have, but we can still make something so that we are known as ethics officers. Our work is known, but we just want to commend the DPSA for ensuring that this program, the first meeting, our first meeting as ethics officers of the year, the financial year 2023, is aligned. Yes. Did I? Oh, okay. I mentioned that I come from this. I thought, like, you know, so I'm here to represent you. Sorry about that. So can we just acknowledge them as well? If you can raise your hands. I think I got too excited speaking about my province, but it's fine. Thank you so much. And one like Moya, they just remind me kindly that what about us? Thank you so much for that. And it's ethical, not to get angry. Thank you so much. And then your OTP. Oh, you're also from the Office of the Premier. Thank you so much. They are led. I was just saying, this is the week that we need to try and shine as ethics officers, get our institutions to understand the work that we do, and also get a buy-in from them so that they support the work that we do. You know, being an ethics officer is not very simple. It's a sensitive area. And when you talk ethics, I think you touch a wrong nerve for everyone. So let's try and use this week to make sure that our voice is heard as ethics officers. And without wasting any time, I would like to call upon Dr. Salmon to come and be our 3-in-1. He's going to be the opening act. He's our minister for today. He's our deputy minister for today. He's also our Director General for today, so he's wearing so many caps. So let's give him a round of applause and hear what he's got to say. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ooh, must I also start with a good morning? Thank you very much. No, let me start by also declaring that I'm from Limpopo. So I was born and raised there, and then I moved for 2 years to Mpumalanga. So I'm covering more than only the minister, the deputy minister, I'm also covering provinces here. So let me start with an apology from the leadership, the minister and the deputy minister and the DG. They have a portfolio committee in Cape Town this morning where they need to do follow-up oral questions. So they thought that maybe they can get along by linking in online, but unfortunately it's not possible. So in that sense, we'll then try and do justice to you, Minister, and the Deputy Minister and the DG by actually opening the event, but also launching the Ethics Week. Now, I would like to, first of all, warmly welcome each and every one of you and express my gratitude to you that you took 2 days out of your busy schedules to attend this annual Ethics Officer Forum. And I know, like the program director said, ethics office work, it's not just pitching in the office and then you sit, you switch on your laptop and then that's your work. It's a lot of work and it's hard work and it's not always grateful work. So for that sense, I really appreciate that you took the time, and for those colleagues, especially that come very far, it's also costly to be here. So thank you very much. As with last year, the start of the Ethics Officer Forum signals actually the official launch of the Ethics Week. Now this year, the Ethics Week once again forms part of the Ethics or the Public Service Month. And it commenced on Monday with the first lifestyle audit training for departmental investigators that were held. During this online training session, more than 230 departmental investigators joined Mr. Isaac Kabini, his team, and the Strengthening Ethics and Integrity Program, a Canadian government sponsored program, to be trained on lifestyle investigations. Now, as you are aware, lifestyle audits commenced in April 2021, where the initial focus was on conducting lifestyle reviews. And that became a task that were given to the ethics officers to start looking at the lifestyle review process. Now, to support departments with implementing this policy, the TAO unit combined resources with the World Bank and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime to develop a world-class lifestyle review course for ethics officers. And I'm very proud to announce that this training paid off, as to date, only 10 national departments and 13 provincial departments did not start to conduct lifestyle audits. And 10 sounds a lot, but there's 43 national departments. And 13 provincial departments sounds a lot, but there's 114 provincial departments. So this is quite a feat. Now the rest did, and this is thanks to the efforts of the ethics officer sitting here in front of me. And I think for that you can give yourself a round of applause. Now this resulted in more than 11,000 lifestyle audits on public service employees being finalized this year. And this is according to the president in his weekly address that was released the 13th of September. And that means that Ethics officers detected anomalies or red flags, as we call it, and referred that for investigations. And in this sense, a government component and a national department reported the referral of 5 SMS members and 2 non-SMS members for lifestyle investigations, where the entities are looking into the non-disclosure of assets and into conflicts of interest. 7 provincial departments referred 33 SMS members and 1,240 non-SMS members for lifestyle investigations. The investigations are into conflicts of interest, incomplete disclosures, non-disclosure of assets, directorships, companies, and immovable assets. It's into the stated value of assets, allegations of conducting business with the state, performing other remunerative work without permission, and alleged unexplained wealth. Now, these departments are currently investigating the cases, and they will report to the TAO unit by the end of this month. And I think that is really an achievement, given the fact that we only started in 2021 with lifestyle audits. Now, with the training of Monday provided to departmental investigators, I'm even more confident that the investigation part of lifestyle audits, that is step 2, will improve with significant detection of corruption and unethical conduct to follow suit. So ethics officers, Ethics Week is nothing without the customary ethics, National Ethics Officer Forum. And over the next 2 days, we will focus under the guidance of Ms. Pleasure Matsego and a team on the area of work of ethics officers. Now, during this time, discussions will be held on the constitutional values and principles led by the Public Service Commission, which includes a short session on ethics. National Treasury will also present on the use of the Central Supplier Database and procurement data to identify conflicts of interest, and also the issue of people conduct or public service employees conducting business with the state. And I really wish to thank Ms. Moroko Mabua and Advocate Kanyisa Ngwenya from the PSC and Mr. Tumelo Ntlaba from the National Treasury for participating in this forum. Thank you very much. Thank you. The agenda also includes sessions where feedback will be provided to you, the ethics officers, on ethics policies, and ethics policies such as the conducting of business with the state and the institutionalization of the ethics officer function. Time is also allocated for discussions on the directive on other remunerative work and the digitization of the other remunerative work and gift registers. Feedback will also be provided on the National Ethics and Integrity Management Consultative Committees. As head of the TAO, it is also my pleasure and honor to launch the Ethics Week. And this week started last year, where we introduced a whole week in the Public Service Month, where we just focus on ethics and strengthening ethics through that month, so that we can also get the people involved that is not ethics officers, but ethics also is the duty of everyone, not only ethics officers. Now, and with this, I'm also honored to open the National Ethics Officer Forum. And to reflect a bit, Ethics Week is not only an opportunity for ethics officers to sharpen their skills, but it's a special week to remind each and all of us of the importance of ethics and the role that ethics management plays in that regard. Given the focus of this year's Public Service Month, it's also an opportunity to remind ourselves of what it means to be a professional public servant. Our country is currently grappling with numerous challenges, and those challenges impact on service delivery. I don't need to tell and remind you of that. And this not only involves challenges, but it involves corrupt practices and also public servants acting unprofessionally. So by reminding us of the importance of ethics and how it relates to professionalism, we are provided with an opportunity to reflect on how we can make a difference in our respective environments and spur on those public service employees, the other public service employees, always act with integrity and to be professional at the same time. To be professional doesn't mean automatically that one has ethics. In most of the corruption cases we know of, the masterminds are actually professionals. They're either lawyers, engineers, doctors, and no offense to the lawyers, but they may even be ethics officers. So the lesson that we can learn from this is that professional employees with the correct qualifications are needed, but more so, we need those ones who always act with integrity. Ethics, you will not get with your degree. That you won't get. It needs an employee who will always be guided by doing the right things and making decisions that benefit the public at large. When engaging on discussions over these 2 days, I really urge you to examine the role of ethics officers in the professionalization of the public service. What example can we set to change the culture in our respective departments? How can we as ethics officers further the implementation of the professionalization framework in the work that we do? By maintaining high ethical standards and professionalism, ethics officers can help build and preserve public trust. When citizens believe that the public servants are acting with integrity and competence, they're more likely to have confidence in government institutions. To build public trust, it would require of us as public servants to treat all citizens fairly and equitably. Ethical conduct ensures that decisions and actions are based on principles of justice and equality, regardless of our personal biases. It also requires of public servants to be well trained and capable of effectively carrying out our duties. That's to be professional. And this competence is essential for the efficient functioning of government and the delivery of public service or services. It must be understood by each and every one of us that the behavior of public servants reflects on the and public service as a whole. Unethical and unprofessional conduct by even a few individuals will tarnish the reputation of the entire public service. Distinguished guests, next week, Monday, as part of the Ethics Week, the DPSA is co-hosting with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, that is the OECD, as well as the University of Pretoria, a roundtable on the development of anti-corruption curricula in university courses. It's a long time that we need to start where ethics are amiss, that is at schools and at universities, so that we can introduce anti-corruption jargon and concepts in the first year level already, so that when you go to university, you get exposed to that already. And not only with the lawyers, but with everyone, so that we know that ethics and integrity is important. This initiative aims to raise awareness amongst university students on corruption and ethics, and to discuss innovative ways in which to introduce anti-corruption aspects into university curricula. During this roundtable, international and South African academics will deliberate ways and means to address the issue of corruption in curricula, and the National School of Government will showcase the ethics course we developed for public service employees as best practice. This course, I think all of us underwent that. I don't think there's one person that didn't do that. And if you're still behind, please do it, because a lot of people really found benefit from this course. The day that it was adopted formally, 10,000 public servants already voluntary underwent the course. And this was really made with a shoestring budget, where everyone that could clap together, draw pictures, got storylines together, and it produced one of the first courses where there's a self-reflection at the end of the day, without preaching corruption and anti-corruption and ethics. It just set the facts, and at the end of the day, when you finished with the course, you self-reflect to say, did I not maybe do something wrong in the past that I didn't know was wrong? And if I did, now I need to fix my ways and change my behavior. So this will be showcased that day. So from the next 2 weeks, from the next 2 days thereafter, the Tuesday and Wednesday, the OECD and DPSA will host 2 roundtables where discussions will be held on the corruption risks faced by the finance sector, infrastructure sector, and the state-owned entities. These roundtables are part of the OECD project on fair market conditions for competitiveness in South Africa. The aim of the project is to raise awareness about the OECD standards and good practice, and that on corruption, integrity, and fair competition amongst stakeholders. Now, South Africa acceded to the OECD Convention already in 2007, and we are assessed per phase on how far we are with the implementation. And this roundtables is part of that drive to show that we are really working on corruption and that we're doing that in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. Now, through this, the OECD aims to share its experience that it acquired in supporting collective action in countries to strengthen the integrity of companies and to create a better business environment. Because I'm sure after Steinhoff and those, we know that we also need to look at our private sector businesses. It's not only government that is involved in these type of things. So ethics officers, I invite you to actively take part in the discussions over the next 2 days and to use this opportunity, the next 2 days, to challenge yourself to contribute to the professionalization of the public service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salmon, for the comprehensive introduction and summary of what we are here for today. With all that being said, I think we can close this session. If we were listening carefully, I think he has covered everything that we're here for today. He has covered everything that we do on a daily basis as ethics officers. Hence, I'm saying the remainder of the day, and if you like, it's just a waste of time. That was on a lighter note. Before we proceed, I just want us to, okay, I can't find my original notes. Okay, I just want us to appreciate the DPSA team that has made this day possible. Starting with, it's not in any order, no particular order. Tabang, because he was the first person that I met from PSA today, is sitting at the back there. And then we have Umam Pleasure. I think we used to her in her short hair. So I came with my short hair so that I can match her standard, and she outsmarted me this time. I wanted to feel as part of the family, so I thought short hair was the in thing for the DPSA, but it's fine. But Isaac, Let's put Isaac, Dr. Salmon, of course. But Moses, I think is doing most of the spade work for this particular session, starting from the plenary until today. He just went outside, but I think most of us we know his face. And then Uvali, West Valley, very active young man, there he is. And then I'm told there's also Jeanette. Oh, she's in the office today, okay. And then there's a new kid on the block. Oh, and this one, and the CEO. Yes. The main reason why I wanted to introduce the team is because most of us have never met and the CEO face to face. Maybe if you can remain standing just for a few seconds and remove the mask, please. Yeah. So that and the CEO. It just feels like we know her because she's communicating with us most frequently. Thank you so much. We appreciate the support that you give us. That was the team. And the second thing that I wanted to say from what Dr. Salmon was saying, I think it also gives us an opportunity as ethics officers to take stock of what we have done in the first half of the year. 30th of September marks the end of our second half of 2023. What have we done? What are the things that we have identified? What are the gaps? How are we planning to close them in the remainder of the financial year? So we have received back our feedback from OPSC on SMSs. What were the gaps? Where did we not do right as ethics officers to guide our colleagues? What did they do wrong? As also ethics officers in their own right, because ethics, the ethics work is not only about us as ethics officers, we just facilitators. And then, yeah, maybe we need to go back to our offices and try and see what we can do better to make sure that this ethics management function operates and is fully functional. And then the third thing, I just wanted to check from all of us. I'm not going to point at anyone who feels like they've done some work in terms of the ethics week planning as a province, any province that has got something going on for this week. Any province, please share with us what you're going to do. I'm not going to tell you everything, but I'll tip you after I've seen the responses. Any province that's doing anything at a provincial level? Seems like none of us. And colleagues online, you can start drafting documents. We can't see you, and then you can claim the victory. So it's in department, whether national, provincial. Yes, sir. If you can just share with us quickly your name, the department you're coming from, and what you're planning to do, or what you have been doing since Monday.
Be writing articles daily from. Okay, thank you very much, Tawa. Kenel Raseo, SAPS. Our plans for Ethics Week are as follows. For us, starting from Monday, what we'll do, we'll be sending articles internally to staff members about the first one, the ethical culture. The second one will be about the anti-corruption. On the third day will be about the Protected Disclosure Act and the reform that the Department of Justice is championing. And as well on those days, every day we'll be doing the display and sharing of information at different buildings. We've identified four, for which we'll be giving out the pamphlets, as well as sharing the information about the work that we do as
integrity management, because normally people, when they see us, some they fear us because they think we are always after the people. So it will be an interaction where in the morning when they get in, they will find the banners, the stalls, where our ethics officers will share the information with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other department or even individual, it's fine. You'll be the last one. Thank you. Ma'am, yes, I noted your hand. Introduce yourself and then your department and your plans.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Samgelisi Makasela. I'm the Assistant Ethics Officer in the KZN Provincial Department of Economic Development.
1, 2.
Okay, let me start again.
I'll borrow you my voice.
Okay, my name is Samgelisi Makasela. I'm from KZN Provincial Department of Economic Development and Environmental Affairs. We will be doing the pop-up message on the screens for all staff members regarding fraud and corruption, and also posting on our social platforms. Thank you.
There are 2 hands here.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Faith Tomboni from Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Yes, also with our departments, we're going to do the posters. We've already circulated a communication to circulate the poster for anti-fraud, and also it will include the ethics issues. And also on the 21st and the 21st of September, the Deputy Premier is inviting us to attend the anti-corruption awareness. So it's setting the tone at the top as at the premier level, at the provincial level. Thank you.
Now there are 3 more hands. Tabang.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Laki Basela from Dergo. I think it's one, and we are following the same rules. We already started in my department. What we did, we requested our public diplomacy marketing to create the nice arts regarding ethics and performance of other normative work. So what we did, we already forwarded that message to all end users and our colleagues outside South Africa. As you know that we have so many missions outside South Africa. So we already forwarded this message to them. So the next thing that we will do on Friday, we'll send it to as pop-up messages. But we are done with all the artists, 3 of them. What is the 3rd one? Can you remind me? It's ethics. Come again? Oh, doing business with organ of states, terms of other normative work, and ethics behavior, and everything regarding ethics. That's what we did already. So
Thank
we'll
you very
continue
much.
the whole of next week
Next,
to
yeah.
make them aware of ethics.
Okay, I've noted 2 hands here, and then after the 2 hands, I'll let Tabang manage the online. How are we going to manage that? Our online colleagues.
We have a chat, and then also there are people who raise their hands. So we'll also give them an opportunity to address the session.
Yes. Okay, we'll only have the two hands from the floor so that we can also make sure that our online colleagues are also participating in the program. So after the 2 hands, then we'll let our online participants participate as well. Thank you, ma'am. You can proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Salome Perumal, and I'm the head of ethics for the DTIC. So what we're doing for this month is the DTIC campus has got 8 buildings, and we have an internal street. So we're setting up a tent on the internal street with color posters all around. We're going to use that as a Q&A and information session. Posters in the bathrooms behind the doors, because that's the only time people will look up and not on their phone. And then we've done, and then we've compiled our ethics policy, strategy and gifts policy, which is right at the moment being approved by our DG. Once that's done, we're going to then be communicating, putting it on our intranet site before we have this session. The delay was because the policy is signed as yet, so it made it a bit difficult if we started the communication, banking on having a training session. We've set training sessions before. People don't want to come personally, so have it on MS Teams. So that's what we're doing for the Ethics Month.
Thank you so much for sharing. Dr. Salmon, I can see from your body gestures that you worried that I've forgotten about you. You'll be the last one, even after we've taken our online colleagues. So don't worry, still part of us. I know it's very cold up there. We're part of you today. You don't have to feel cold.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Noto Molufundo. I am an ethics officer from the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture in the Eastern Cape. Molweni. For this week, we have actually tried to design flyers, very beautiful flyers, with the assistance of our in-house communication section. And we have included these flyers, some of them, in our monthly newsletter. So everybody can have a look and be reminded of what it means to remain ethical. Just towards the end of July, we hosted an anti-corruption day for the department. It was the first of its kind since the existence of the department. And the result of that was actually a live video that was captured by our communication. So through this week, we will be issuing out that video across the departmental community so that all those who missed the session may have an opportunity to actually get to listen to the speakers, because in there we had speakers from SIU, NPA, PSC, talking on issues of fraud and anti-corruption and giving some examples, live examples, just to awaken the attendees up. So we'll be issuing that video as well in the process of issuing the flyers across the entire departmental community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thabang, can I please be guided on how we're going to manage the online participants?
Thanks, PD. Good morning, colleagues. We, as you are aware, this is a hybrid session, so we also have, apologies, we also have online participants, 270 participants. We have a chart from Reneilo Motsewa. She indicates that the Department of Tourism has developed an article to create awareness for whistleblowing and anti-corruption hotline for their department. We have a hand from Stan Diakos. Technical, can we hear what? Okay, Stan, you can take the floor. Unmute yourself, Stan Diakos, before you speak.
Colleagues, I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Good morning, colleagues. I would have loved to have been there face to face, but unfortunately the cost containment put paid to that. But firstly, in terms of ethics, us in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Free State, we fortunate. In our MEC's budget speech of the 3rd of May, she started off referring to Section 195 of the Constitution and outlined exactly what we've done and we've achieved in terms of lifestyle reviews, code of conduct interventions, etc., etc. At that stage, 79% of our staff completed the compulsory ethics online or face-to-face. And it's part of our plan during this quarter to deal with the remainder of the face-to-face staff that haven't done compulsory ethics in the public service. Like I mentioned, we're standing on 79% of the staff have completed that. So what we've done for this month, we've already nominated and informed the staff members, and these are all on lower levels, colleagues. Those that do not have access to computers, it'll be face-to-face sessions across our province in Kroonstad, in Kapwa, and in Mangaung, and we'll be training a further 100 staff members in the compulsory ethics related to the public service. And then what's also happened is our risk teams are attending fraud seminars, etc., etc. So in terms of this quarter, we're comfortable. And then what we also do is our lifestyle reviews. Our lifestyle reviews always start in this specific quarter. So at this stage, that's what we're doing. And thank you for the opportunity for sharing that with the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan. And then we have the last from the chat box.
And that will be the last one, please,
Okay.
before Dr. Salman.
Sisanda Zama from KZN says that their organizational risk management and internal audit directorate within KZN social development is currently conducting departmental anti-fraud and corruption workshops for departmental officials, which started on the 29th of August 2023. That's all, PD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe before Dr. Salmon comes in, I did this deliberately because you were 4 in 1. So we had to make sure that you understand what we are doing on the ground. Are we listening to are we implementing the directives? So you had for yourself. I was not expecting the responses that I got. It was actually overwhelming and very encouraging. And if you are not doing anything, if you have not done anything, then you can just take a bit from what they were sharing. But what I loved, there's no one who claimed that we don't have a budget to conduct a ethics week. So you have to be innovative, and also with the cost containment measures, there's no other way to do it, but we can see that is doable from the evidence that we just received. And then I see on our program, we don't have specifically an item on lifestyle audit, but just to mention that on Tuesday, we had a very fruitful engagement where as investigators were sort of trained, but I see maybe there was a bit of miscommunication and a lot of us missed that. If we can kindly ask DPSA to maybe offer, maybe re-offer and encourage colleagues to attend the course again, the one that we had on Tuesday, the training of on lifestyle audit. But in as much as we don't have it on our program today, I see, and tomorrow, but I see on item 6, we'll be doing group work on all directives. So if there's anything on lifestyle, please let's take it to those groups if we fall within the group that will be dealing with lifestyle, but all directives will be dealt with, and also maybe lessons learned from this year's financial disclosure process. I just wanted to encourage us. But lastly, before Dr. Salm, in my culture, when an elder has spoken, you don't speak afterwards. So I'm just saying everything that I want. I'm taking advantage now. I want to say everything that I want to say before you come in. For the colleagues also, I want to do it on your behalf. I can't be teaching you everything. You can just simply kindly request his presentation. When you go back to your offices on Friday, just convene an agent meeting and read his speech as if it's yours, and you would have done you would have completed your ethics week. That's why I'm saying I can't be teaching you everything, but today I'm willing to do so. So kindly, if you can kindly share with us your presentation, there are things that we can take and make them part of our ethics weeks. Ethics week. Thank you so much. You can go on, Doc.
Thank you so much. No, I will definitely share my speech. I'll say to circulate it. Then also, just regarding the lifestyle audit training, this was the first one of many to come. So it was a pilot. There will be more definitely. Then my intervention was only actually to assist the Free State, because I know they're very shy. But at least we had one speaker from the Free State. But the Free State Department of Health, the first week in September, a whole week arranged between the Office of the Premier and the University of the Free State to talk about ethics, the role of ethics in health, in service delivery, and in innovation, which I think was mind-blowing, because it really it challenged the way that an ethics officer in a health department works, because suddenly they must be part of the decision-making process of when you do innovative ways to address health issues. How do you do it ethically? And that was quite a real feat for me to be also part of that. So I just wanted to raise the Free State's flag as well. Thank you.
Are you from there? And big ups to Free State. We can learn from them. And when I requested that I introduce the team from the PSA that has put this thing together, normally I work in the backstage. I get to be forgotten when people are acknowledged. So I said to them, everyone, even if there was a cleaner from DPSA that came to make sure that the room is fine, everyone needs to be acknowledged, but they said as and when they pick up some of their colleagues, they'll let me know. So let's also give a warm appreciation to Sisleya Kekana. Stand up, Sisleya. We want to give you some love. Yes, that's Sisleya. And then there's also Dudley Muloi. You see? But at least he knows that we value him. And then there's Saki Lala. And the quiet ones, they work very hard. If you look at them, they're very quietly seated in the corner. You can't even know that they're here. And then Northwest OTP, they're finally here. They were the missing puzzle. Northwest OTP. Yes. So the puzzle is complete. Right on time is now. I wanted to break a record. What time is it now? Oh, I missed it by 3 minutes only. Only 3 minutes. So we can have our break and get refreshed so that we can move to our next session. I didn't want to dilute the sessions. Hence, I made sure that Doc's one was properly closed. Thank you so much, colleagues. So far, so good. Can I have some feedback? If there's something that I'm doing wrong, please call me on the side so that we have a smooth sailing. It's a 30 minutes break. Can we come back at exactly 30? Please give me my 3 minutes back. 10:30 we come back. Thank you. Colleagues, no, not really. It only, it appeared like during our training here Tuesday, that people don't really understand how this whole thing works. Because people think when you are doing lifestyle, then as investigators, then we do the whole thing. So maybe just to emphasize at the point of your investigation, the merit will inform on like can we please settle so that we can move to the next section of our program? Maybe as we're trying to settle, I have been requested to make an announcement that those that were receiving support for disclosure from Miss Mpontuli, is it a miss? Miss Mpontuli, she has since moved to another section. So please kindly redirect your emails on disclosure to Ubud Isaac, Uvali, Uandisiwe, or to the disclosure email. Those that were receiving support from Po, she has since moved to another directorate. So like redirect your emails to Isaac, Valley, and Siwe, or just simply send your communication to the disclosure. Talking about communication, I was motivated by, I think it was Usis Day, who mentioned that they were working with their communication unit to facilitate the plans for the ethics week. And I think we underutilize our in-house communication, and there's so much that they can do to make our work more exciting and also encourage colleagues to understand what ethics is all about, and also maybe to dispel the myth that Uputi from SAP said, or like when they think ethics officers, they think fear, they think arrest, and it's not necessarily that. I think we are settled now. We can move back to our program. I'm just looking at our program. It's not a gender sensitive, or as women, are we taking our spaces? It can either be that or what's happening. Is it not gender sensitive, or as women, are we taking our spaces? I love the latter one. Yes, our spaces everywhere, in the kitchen, in the boardroom, everywhere. If you look at the program, if the minister was here, it would have been a ladies' affair. If the DG was here, it would have been a ladies' affair. And now the session, the next session is us leading, we are ruling. I'm the program director for this next session. Umis Morocco is participating, and then my council over there. So yeah, and then it's pleasure. So I love it, women. Let's keep it going like that and pass it to the next generations. Our next speaker on constitutional values and principles, I think it was the speaker from the floor that said something about section 195. They said something about section 195, but our next speaker will be speaking to us on constitutional values and principles, and they are from the Office of the Public Service Commission. Miss Morocco Mabua. Kisut. Okay. Akitibo hore di reto tsa ha Mabua di ring. Ru retel. Oh, itete. Ke a leboga. Just do that for us. I really love that. I'm a proudly African.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you so much for this great opportunity to address you from Public Service Commission. My name is Morocco Mabua Kispedi. I come from Limpopo, but my bread is buttered here in Gauteng. I am the Director for Professional Ethics at the Public Service Commission, and I've been asked to that's who I am. Okay, and I'm here, colleagues, to talk to you about the constitutional values and principles. We like to shorten it or to abbreviate it for CVPs. And I feel like when we do that, we don't do justice because you don't apply meaning to it. So I'm gonna allow me to say it in full. I'm gonna talk to you about constitutional values and principles. Can you repeat after me? Constitutional values and principles. That's what we'll be talking about, okay? And again, allow me to talk to you at 3 levels, right? 1, as South Africans, you're all South Africans. You are fellow South Africans. Allow me to talk to you as such. Secondly, allow me to talk to you as the servants of the people. You are public servants. Allow me to address you at that level. Third, allow me to engage with you as ethics officers. And as I enter each and every one of these stages where I address you as fellow South Africans, I will tell you that now I'm engaging with you as fellow South Africans. When I talk to you as servants of the public, I will make an announcement so that you understand me within the correct context. Do you understand me, colleagues? Wonderful. So, as I said, I'm going to be talking to you in relation to the constitutional values and principles. And as fellow South Africans, that's my level of engagement with you. You need to have a deep appreciation of our Constitution, as it is the ultimate law of the land. the highest law of the land. Now, I'm gonna let us, all of us, read the preamble of the Constitution. I will lead and you will repeat after me. And then from there, we'll talk about it. Can you please just open it? The preamble of the Constitution, the first link. Can you click on it? Lovely. Colleagues, let's read through this preamble. It says, we, the people of South Africa, recognize the, no, I will lead. Can I lead? And you will follow. I read a sentence and you read after me. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of the past. Can you read after me? Honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land. Respect those who have worked to build and develop our country. Believe that South Africa belongs to those who live in it. United in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the divisions of the past, and to establish a society based on democratic values, social justice and fundamental rights, lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by the law, improve the quality of life of all citizens, free the potential of each person, build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people. Nkosi Sikeleli Africa. Morena boloka setjhaba sa heso. God save Africa. God bless South Africa. Muzimu futuhedza Africa. Thank you, colleagues. We learn every day. Hosi katekisa Africa. Lovely. That is the preamble of our Constitution, colleagues. Now, can we go back to the presentation? Now, having read that, I want to ask 4 of you, or 5. What feelings did this invoke in you as you went through it? First of all, did you read it with meaning? Did you apply meaning to it? And what feelings did it invoke in you as you read, this preamble? Anybody? Anyone? Let me start with you, Madam MC. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When we look at the fighting, the living there,
Sorry.
it's impossible
Thank you very much for putting me on the spot.
Mhm.
It's gonna be payback time soon. It's fine. I was saying I mainly got emotional towards the end where we started saying, God protect South Africa. God bless South Africa. The reason being, when I looked at what we were reciting, it's so profound and it sounds like it's something that is very difficult to implement or to achieve. It needs someone that's like family grounded and someone who's willing to do it wholeheartedly
Mhm.
to move the country forward. And then just looking back quickly, I went back to 1994
Mhm.
when was, yes, 1994, that's when I completed my LLB.
Mhm.
My topic was on the death sentence. And at that time, the constitution was still at this draft stages. And my conclusion, it was, I'm not sure if South Africa was ripe enough for us to deal away with the death sentence. Because now we're looking at the principles, like, are we ready to implement this new thinking and so on? So those are the feelings that were involved in me, to say we're still talking the constitution, we're still struggling to implement the constitution so many years down the line.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. There's a mic behind you.
Thank you. For me, it's when the part that we sing, we still heal us from the past. We're still striving in terms of unity, instead of some things are still being done in terms of corruption, trying to justify what happened to us in the past. So it touched me so much because some of us as South Africans, we're still trying to heal from what happened in the past, to correct what happened in the past. I hope we'll reach destination one day.
Wonderful. Thank you. Colleagues, this discussion is building up to what we'll be talking about, the constitutional values and the constitutional principles, and I'm going to be referring back to some of, the contribution that you're making now, so that we are able to understand these things within context. And thank you for that, ma'am. Anybody else? I see two hands right here in front. Yeah, can you raise your hand so that they can see you?
No, thank you very much. My name is Taklan Ramabulan. Reading the preamble of our country, indeed, I will also be in the same understanding with other colleagues, but it also pains me every time when I read when it says South Africa belongs to everyone who live in it. And seeing that people who are in the country, whom we as South Africans, we are saying it belongs to them. But the treatment and the harm that they are doing to us, we are asking ourselves, when are we going to heal? Because some of the things, they still remind us at what happened then. But at the end, I see to say through the pains that we have went through as South Africa, we are calling for one and undivided South Africa. We are saying, God, let us not see the skin colors. We need to see each other as one. And we still hoping that one day God will be able to answer our prayers. Though we see South Africa starting to change but I still believe that we are going somewhere, South Africa. We are calling for one and undivided South Africa. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We need to be united as one. Thank you for that message. Anybody else? I saw a hand somewhere there. Anybody? There.
Thank you, my sister from PSC. I think it just invokes some commitment within the nation, not only public servants, to do more or to think more on the principles and values of our country.
Wonderful.
Yes.
For you, it's a call to action.
It's a call to action. Thank you.
you so much. It will be him, and that will be the last hand. Yes.
Good morning, colleagues. Looking at it, it talks to me about the morals and the values. Looking at the values, individuals as a certain standard of right or wrong, the society standard of accepting of right or wrong. So deeply talks to the values and the morals of the society and the individuals. That's what it talks to me about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Save the best for last.
Yeah. I'm challenged by the fact that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. People come illegally to and put a mukuku somewhere. Suddenly they belong to South Africa, and they must get all the benefits of the people of the land. How do we justify that?
Thank you, colleagues. We will unpack some of these issues as we proceed. Now, colleagues, that was the preamble of our constitution. And remember, I said to you, at the first layer, I talked to you as fellow South Africans. And I said to you, let's pause, go through the preamble so that we can have deep appreciation of our constitution, because it is the supreme law of the land. Now, I want to share with you something that was shared with me in 2013. It was December 2013 when Nelson Mandela passed, and the country was abuzz with a lot of activity, you know, celebrating his life and remembering him. And I had the honor and privilege of attending a memorial service by Reverend Frank Chikane. And he said something that stuck with me from that day until today, and it's something that I would like to share with you. He said, you know, in his tribute to Nelson Mandela, he said that the fight for freedom was never about glory. It was an act of sacrifice. And he said Nelson Mandela never had a relationship with his family. That is why you see all this instability, fighting in his family. He sacrificed his family for the freedom of South Africa. And what we see today in form of corruption, you know, personal gain, is not what our freedom is about. Our freedom, it is about equal life for all South Africans. And he said in his last message, he said that that particular day was the day when Madiba's body was taken to lie in state at Union Building. He said, as he went to view his body, you could hear him echoing the words that South Africa, this is my last day. I'm handing over this baton to you. Continue to do what I have sacrificed my life for. You know, do not let what I have sacrificed my life for to go into waste. And by that, colleagues, I want us to watch the next video. I titled it Call to Serve. My brother, can you please switch it on? Sorry, the second link. I want us to look at this video, colleagues. It's an old video that some of you may know of, but let us remind ourselves of this profound message before, you know, we get into our main presentation. Can you please launch it? Just click on the link, it should launch. Can somebody please assist him? It's on the main presentation. Okay, it's fine. I will try to open it at the end. Now, colleagues, moving along, why do we have constitutional values and principles? Can you launch the presentation at least? Why do we have the constitutional values and principles? And now I'm talking to you as servants who serve the public. Second presentation. These constitutional values and principles, colleagues, they guide us. They guide us, they are a guiding light that illuminates our path. In other words, every action, every decision that we make, we must weigh it against the constitutional values and principles. They give us direction. You know, they are like GPS. If you don't know a direction to go to main lane, for example, you put on your GPS and it helps you to navigate. The same applies to constitutional values and principles. You know, they give us direction in every aspect of how we conduct business with the state. There's something that my colleague earlier on, Dr. Hugenrad Vermaak said. He said that trust is end, you know? In our dealings, as we discharge our duties as public servants, we should do so in order to gain trust of the public that we serve. The truth is, colleagues, if you're not happy with our insurance, you can go to Budget Insurance or Holland or whatever. If you're not happy with the services of Home Affairs, do you have an alternative? If you're not happy with the services that you receive at South African Police Service as a victim of crime, do you have an alternative? So let us understand that as public servants, our core mandate is to serve. So as we serve, we are guided by the constitutional values. The values are what you stand for. You know, as government, this is what we stand for, and that's what we'll be talking about. And why do we need to clearly define and articulate the values? It's because, colleagues, unless you stand for something, you'll fall for anything that comes your way. Am I right or wrong? Unless you stand for something, you'll fall for anything that comes your way. And we'll talk about, as South African government, in terms of our constitution, what are our values? What is it that we stand for? Okay, how do we conduct business as government? How do we make decisions as guided by the constitutional values? As we serve the members of the public, how are we supposed to treat them? How are we supposed to treat our clients? As I said, the values, they help us to navigate and to give us direction. And therefore, we must always keep them in mind. Now, I want to refer you to, just to illustrate the point that, you know, an issue of constitutional values and principles is very important. And we need to internalize them. We need to internalize them. Actually, if I had it my way, every advert in government should contain the constitutional values and principles so that we engrave them in our minds and in our hearts. You know, if there's one thing that we do, in order for you to get this job, you memorize everything that is on the advert. That will be the day that you can memorize the constitutional values and principles, you know, so that we engrave them in our hearts and minds. And I want to share with you, colleagues, 2 constitutional court judgments whereby reference was made to the constitutional values. It was in one matter between the Minister of Justice and Treatment Action Campaign, as well as Vets Justice Project and Center for Applied Legal Studies. I'm not going to go through the whole judgment, but I'm gonna zoom into one, you know, aspect of it where reference is made to the constitutional values. And in the judgment, a full bench of judges came to a conclusion that, among other things, furthermore, the democratic values of state accountability, responsiveness, and rule of law are important aspects of the Constitution, which are implicated here. These values, listen to this, are pillar stones of our democracy and must be observed. If not, in light of the injunctions of the Act and right sounds to be vindicated, we have a principle of constitutional crisis of great magnitude. Did you hear that, colleagues? That's the one judgment. Again, In a matter that was brought to the Constitutional Court for SASSA, a full bench of judges came to this conclusion. They said, before concluding, it is necessary to say something about SASSA's conduct. SASSA is an organ of state. It is bound by the basic values and principles governing public administration as set out in section 196 of the Constitution. And it is evident from this judgment and the merits of judgment that SASSA's irregular conduct has been the sole cause of the declaration of invalidity and for setting aside the contract between it and Cash Paymaster. So colleagues, in the Constitutional Court judgments, constitutional values and principles are being referred to. Therefore, as public servants, we've got to live the constitutional values. We've got to demonstrate them. We have to align our actions, our decisions in line with the constitutional values. Why? Because these values, they are supposed to influence the culture and the personality of the public service. In other words, as public servants, we have to be culture fit. We have to align ourselves with the constitutional values to ensure that we act in line with them. And the question is, which values exactly am I talking about? I just want to get to the correct slide. I've addressed this, lovely. Now, those are the constitutional values that I'm talking about, colleagues. Democracy, human dignity, social justice and equality, non-racism and non-sexism. That is what my colleague referred to earlier on. Respect, accountability, rule of law, as well as reconciliation. And we're gonna go through each one of them one by one. Now, as I said, we need to build a values-driven public service, and it is each one of us, it is within our hands, it's our duty to do so. And those values, as contained in the Constitution, they inform our stakeholders as to what should they expect from us as public servants, as we serve them. One of the values is democracy. As you know, South Africa is a democratic state. It is a sovereign state, which means that our government is based on the will of the people. And secondly, one of the values is human dignity. It means that each and every one of us, as public servants, we need to live, demonstrate, and display Ubuntu, meaning I am because we are Boto. We need to demonstrate Ubuntu. And therefore, it means that we recognize the fact that we have a lot in common as human beings. Therefore, there has to be mutual understanding between us. We need to appreciate our interconnectedness as well as our differences. The truth is that, colleagues, there's power in diversity. Diversity is a beautiful thing. We should not be discriminating one another on the basis of our differences. Imagine if everything was similar, it would be so boring. We need to embrace, diversity and celebrate our differences because, there's beauty in this rainbow nation, because of the differences between us. One of the values is social justice and equity. Let's be mindful of those who are previously disadvantaged. They say that South Africa is the most unequal country in the world. And the gap is getting wider and wider and wider. We need to play our part in being mindful of those who were previously disadvantaged. We need to ensure fair distribution of resources, social inclusion, as well as equal access to public resources. We don't favor certain racial groups, certain ethnic groups because you're aligned to them. We need to ensure social justice as well as equality. With regard to equality, colleagues, we are all equal before the law. We need to relate equitably with each other. We should not be discriminating against one another, as well as non-racism as non-sexism. And in this instance, it talks about redressing the imbalances of the past, where people were oppressed and devalued because of their race as well as their gender. You know, in other ways, it is in our hands, you know, to create a better South Africa for all of us to live in it. A constitutional value of accountability, colleagues. We need to understand an aspect of accountability, meaning who is accountable to whom and for what. We need to comply with the Public Service Code of Conduct. You know, it is the terms of reference in terms of how we should be conducting ourselves within the workplace as public servants. And we need to ensure that we perform our duties to the best of our ability. I used an example of an insurance company earlier on, that if you're not happy with insurance company X, you can go to insurance company Y. But public service departments, we are the only ones who are mandated to perform certain functions. And therefore, we need to be aware of that and make sure that we do our utmost best to serve the public. Now, in terms of the respect for the rule of law, colleagues, we are all required as public servants to uphold the rule of law. If you break the law and you get into the media for wrong reasons, the headlines, how are they going to write that? They will say a senior public service commission official tried to bribe a traffic officer, right? Those are the headlines. And first of all, what does it do? It brings the organization into disrepute. Do you understand, colleagues? So what I'm trying to say to you is this: as a public servant, regardless of your level, you're always wearing two hats. One of a public servant and another one, your own private head. So it's very important, you know, that even in your private space, you conduct yourself in a way, you are first of all mindful and you conduct yourself appropriately, and also you observe the rule of law. As public servants, we have to ensure that there's no unfair discrimination that takes place as a result of our own actions. We need to ensure that the resources that are allocated to our departments, you know, to conduct the work as set out in the annual performance plan, we use it for such and not for personal gain. Being a public servant, colleagues, is about being of service to the public versus fulfilling your own self-interest. As a public servant, your core mandate is to serve. We need to abide by the law at all times, and those who are found wanting need to be disciplined. There has to be consequence management. One of the constitutional values, colleagues, is respect. The Constitution calls on us to respect one another and do our part to ensure that each and every one of us is able to access our human rights. As one of my colleagues said earlier on, you know, when we read the preamble, she said, healing the divisions of the past. We come from a very painful past. We were affected, all of us, regardless of race, gender, we were all affected to a certain degree in one way or another. Therefore, as public servants, we've got to promote social cohesion and play our part to build the nation. And I want to pause here, colleagues, and say to you, nowadays, we have social media. Know that your Facebook page, your Twitter, your Instagram, you're also wearing two hats there. How many people got into trouble for uttering racial comments? A lot. Some of them were even criminally prosecuted. Do you understand, colleagues? Worse if you are a public servant, because the Constitution requires of you to promote social cohesion and nation building. You are required as a public servant to respect fellow citizens as human beings. Do you understand, colleagues? So please be mindful that even in your social media space, some of us were born before technology. You interact and post there, and you do so responsibly, knowing your responsibilities first as a citizen of this country, and secondly, as a public servant. Because you cannot separate the two heads. Do you understand, colleagues? Okay? We need to be polite and respectful in the manner in which we treat one another. You know, especially at work, colleagues, we need to create a conducive working environment. We need to promote unity. We need to create an enabling environment whereby our fellow colleagues will thrive and will be able to make a meaningful contribution. Why? Because there's peace. You know, there's a saying that a happy employee is a productive employee. And the onus is on each and every one of us as public servants to create a conducive working environment where we are willing to assist one another, where we are willing to share, our experiences, share our lessons, and so on. Okay, now the other value, colleagues, is reconciliation. The Constitution calls on us to heal the divisions of the past, as I said, and also create a society that is based on democratic values, social justice, as well as human rights. We need to understand our different pasts so that we can learn from one another and avoid repeating the same mistakes. We need to commit ourselves to uphold the code of conduct as public servants so that all of us, we abide by the same rules, which we also apply fairly. We need to encourage one another to have, so that we can mutually understand each other. And we need to be tolerant of each other so that we are committed to redressing the injustices, of the past. Any questions, colleagues, before I move to the constitutional principles? We're talking about constitutional values. Now I'm crossing over to constitutional principles. Before I do that, is there anyone who'd like to say something in relation to what we talked about so far in terms of the constitutional values? Anybody? Does it make sense? Wonderful. Now, moving over to the constitutional principles, colleagues, in terms of Section 195 of the Constitution. These are the constitutional values, the constitutional principles. One, we need to maintain a high standard of professional ethics. We need to use the resources entrusted in us effectively, efficiently, as well as economically. We need to be development orientated. We need to ensure that we provide the services impartially, fairly, and equitably without any bias. And we need to respond to people's needs and encourage the public to participate in the policies that are made. And we need to be accountable. We need to be an accountable public administration. We need to foster transparency. We need to cultivate good human resource management as well as career development practices. And we need to ensure that our departments are representative public, a representative public administration with employment and personnel management practices that are based on ability, objectivity, fairness, and the need to address the imbalances of the past. Now, I'm going to start with the very first one, which is professional ethics. We need to ensure that high standards of professional ethics is maintained. Colleagues, ethics is about character and conduct as well as morals. You know, integrity is either you have it or not. It's about character. It is the ability to distinguish between what is right and wrong, good and bad, and it goes beyond self-interest. And as public servants, we are key change agents. And our conduct, as we perform our duties, and as we interact with members of the public, is very important. You know, our conduct as public servants, as we serve the public, is very important. We have to change the narrative. Again, I will emphasize, my colleague, and I'm riding on what he said, trust is end. You know, be a public servant that when they go to Home Affairs to be served, you leave a lasting impression because of how efficient, how professional, how ethical you are. You know, we need to promote effective, efficient, and economic use of resources. In other words, especially in this economy, colleagues, my colleague online said that I would like to be there, but I couldn't because of cost-cutting measures. You know, all of us at personal level, at organizational level, at departmental level, at government level, we are feeling the pinch of an economic crisis. But that does not mean that we should fold our arms and say that we don't have money. No, it means we've got to be innovative. It means that we have to do more with less. Stretch the rent. Make sure that the resources that you are given, you develop innovative ways around it to ensure that you're able to do more with less and still be able to deliver good results as intended. You know, we have to maximize our output. Effectiveness means that we need to achieve the objectives that we have set out for ourselves to achieve. And we need to ensure that those outputs, they deliver desired outcomes. We need to ensure that, you know, as I said earlier on, we are able to procure the goods and services through the best prices and also use what is at our disposal without any wastage. Now, one of the constitutional principles is that as public service, we need to be development oriented. We need to ensure that there's better life for all South Africans. Our public service colleagues is geared towards service delivery. As public servants, we need to play our part to ensure that we are able to enable government to deliver and to achieve better life for all, so that we reduce the socio-economic, you know, inequalities. South Africa is the most unequal country in the world. There's the haves and the have-nots. A lot of have-nots, very few people who really have, you know, the resources are centered around them. So we need to ensure that we create a better life for all, so that the socio-economic inequalities, you know, are reduced. We need to provide, as public servants, we need to provide services to the public impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. Colleagues, as I said, I'm from Limpopo, ke Mopedi. In rendering service, I should not favor Mapedi among versus, you know, all other. Yes, there's issue. For some reason, you know, they say that you gravitate towards what you're comfortable with. not when it comes to public service colleagues. Here we are objective, we are impartial. We ensure that we deliver services equally to everybody without race, without any kind of bias. Ne? Without any kind, everybody is equal in the eyes of a public servant. When you see a member of the public, you see a member of the public. You see a person who's in need of service, you have the capability to meet that person's point of need, and therefore you've got to do so. So we need to provide the services impartially, fairly, equitably, as well as without bias. We should not be giving preferential treatment to one of our own. We should not, colleagues. We shouldn't, you know. The needs of the public must be responded to, and public service must be, public participation must be encouraged. We need to be an accountable, we need to be an accountable public administration, meaning that we need to be accessible. We need to be transparent. We need to provide information where it is required. You know, when you are asked about certain decisions that you took, how did you come, you know, to this decision? Provide an explanation. Where you are wrong, accept responsibility, be answerable for the actions and decisions that you know you have taken. We need to foster transparency in line, you know, with the current legislation. We need to ensure that good human resource management and development practices are adhered to. Colleagues, there's currently, you know, a lot of development happening in public service about professionalization of public service, and it talks to this principle, whereby public service has to ensure good human resource management and development practices, whereby officials are not appointed on the basis of cadre deployment, whereby officials are appointed on the basis of their capability. We choose the best of the best to perform certain key functions. Because the success of public service depends on the capability to deliver services to the citizens. The foot soldiers have to be capable. Therefore, we need to ensure that those who are appointed have the relevant skills, they are able to perform optimally, and they have integrity. Remember what I said to you earlier, integrity is either you have it or you don't. I cannot teach you integrity. It's either you have it or you don't. You know, we need to appoint officials with high levels of integrity. And we need to create institutional systems that nurtures public servants and create an enabling environment for public servants to be able to thrive and to serve and to be the best that they can be. And in doing so, we'll be enabling public servants to contribute meaningfully to the notion of creating a better South Africa for all those who live in it. We need public service that is representative. Madam Speaker earlier on said, I see a lot of women here. The program is full of women speakers. The truth is, by a number, women outnumber men by far. A place of employment, public service has to be representative of the demographics of the country. And therefore, we need to create public service that is free from any employment inequalities. It needs to be representative of the demographics of the country, as I said, so that we redress imbalances of the past in order to achieve broader representation. Okay? So I was talking to you as The second layer as public servants. Now I want to talk to you as ethics officers, but before I do that, colleagues, I want to share this video. It's got a profound message. You know, my soul will not rest until it launches. You know, really, I will be troubled because it's a good video. It's got a profound message. Can you please go back to the first slide, my brother? The second link, you have to click it. The very first, the same presentation from my computer. Let me help you, please, colleagues. Please bear with me. Okay.
Oh, is it that? Oh.
Sound.
It is a cliche to say that South Africa is an extraordinary country with extraordinary people that passed relatively unscathed through an extraordinary time. Yet it's only a cliche to us who live in this extraordinary place every day of our lives and have become blasé about our achievements. This respect that the world has for extraordinary South Africa is still there. You can see it in the faces of tourists and foreign audiences who stand in awe of our tribes. So it seems that it is South Africans who have forgotten or become blasé about what we have accomplished. And in this collective amnesia, we seem to have forgotten a lot more besides. We have forgotten respect and lost it for each other, for the elderly, for the young, for women. We've lost respect for the poor, for the sick. We've lost respect for our country's laws and for those who wrote them. We've lost respect for the downtrodden, for refugees, for those who we don't necessarily agree with. We've lost respect for the moral while giving in to the material. We've lost respect for our own future. But there is hope, as there always has been in this special country, where the spirit of Ubuntu, of compassion and humanity is never far below the surface. Ordinary people from all walks of life are digging deep into their memories and remembering what it was like when we stood tall and were proud of each other, when the excitement of looking ahead overrode the fear of the unknown. Remembering that we are all South Africans and we are in this together, that everyday people can and have and do make a difference, that we are more similar than we are different. If we could host the world as successfully as we recently have, we can accomplish anything. Now is the time for you to stand up. If you care about yourself, your family, your neighbors, your friends, your colleagues, about South Africa, you must stand up. Stand up for what's right. Stand up for the law. Stand up for decency and compassion and respect. Stand up for the future you want for your family. Stand up for your community. Stand up and lead South Africa. Not soon, not just now. Now. Because if you don't, who will?
It is your hand to create a better world for all who live in it.
Thank you. My soul is at peace. Thank you so much. Colleagues, this video really talks, it sums up everything that we talked about up to now. It says that we have lost respect for the poor. We have lost respect for the moral while giving into the material. We have even lost respect for our own future. And this is an old video. A lot of you know this video, but except maybe those who live out of the province, they may not be aware of this video. Things have deteriorated drastically between the time when this video was shot and now. And I want you to understand it within that context. You know, that we have lost respect for our own future. As public servants, as fellow South Africans, you must stand up. Stand up for the constitutional values that we spoke about so far. Stand up for your own self-values. Because as an individual, unless you stand for something, what will you do? You'll fall for anything that comes your way. Your values, they give you direction to navigate this journey of life. Likewise, the constitutional values, they assist this country to navigate. That is why we have constitutional court judgments that makes reference to the constitutional values. So colleagues, my plea to you is this: as fellow South Africans and as public servants, leave no one behind. Be an example. You know, when you point your fingers at the foreigner saying, yeah, the constitution says that, you know, South Africa belongs to all who live, or everybody who lives in it. But one finger is pointing at them, four is pointing back at you. What is your role in solving the challenges that we are facing as a country? First, as a fellow South African. Secondly, as a servant of the public. Third, as an ethics officer. You understand me, colleagues? So, in conclusion, I have one question for you, and I'm going to force most of you to speak. At the end, this video said that you must stand up. What are you standing up for? Can I have the first person who's saying that from now on, it's my duty to stand up? Because as a fellow South African, change begins with me. As a public servant, serving the public, I have the power as empowered by the Constitution. I have a constitutional obligation to serve the public respectfully, to ensure that I play my part to eliminate injustices of the past, to ensure Ubuntu, to ensure that I serve the public without any kind of bias. Because if I don't serve them, who will? First person, what are you standing up for? Yes, ma'am, I see that you're bending. You want to say something? Yes, say it, yes. Mics to the floor. And the second person, prepare yourself. Before I put, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wasn't planning to say anything,
But I could see that you have something. Say it as it is.
I think for me, when I think about the country, I think about the future for the youth and the children, because we will influence what they get. And we want the next breed of youth and children to actually inherit a good country, an ethical South Africa. And you know, and I think that stands out for me. I know we have to do what is right. And if we don't do what is right, we are going to destroy the beautiful country that we have for the future.
And as a public servant, what are you standing up for?
As a public servant, I'm standing up for, you know, sometimes it's hard just to tell people in the department that we stand up for ethical behavior and to have an ethical country when the leadership is not. So it's difficult, but me as a person, me as a public servant, I stand up for ensuring that everything I do and my department is going to contribute to what the citizens require in an ethical way.
Wonderful. And let me encourage you. There's no amount of darkness that can overcome the light. Be the light. Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody voluntarily? What are you standing up for as a public servant? Yes, ma'am. There is a hand.
Thank you for the presentation. From where I'm sitting, I'm just every day asking myself to say, as a country, we're talking about these values and principles. And at what level are we supposed to make sure that these values and principles are actually enforced? I'm looking at a situation in all the schools where you hear young children don't understand that they have to live together in this country that belongs to all of them. Because as they keep on stepping each other, killing each other at that level, what kind of a society are we breeding in terms of those school children? Are these values and principles also instilled at that level? Or as a country, we need to take a giant step to make sure that at that particular level, these values are also actually instilled so that as they grow up, they know that there is a constitution that is binding them and they must also live according to these values. So that is where I'm coming from to say, as public servants, I don't know what must be done differently to make sure that as we speak about these values, we also talk about them at that very same level. I grew up in an environment where the culture was for the communities to share everything they had. But nowadays, when you look at how the society is actually making sure that those who can have access to any resource is for themselves and for their families, you ask yourself to say, when is this culture of sharing going to be, instilled in every South African or everybody in this whole world to say, we must share every resource that we have. That is one of those values that are enshrined in the Constitution. But I think the little ones, for me, that is a worrying factor. Thanks so much.
And as a public servant, what are you standing up?
I'm saying, I heard my previous speaker saying, our role modeling is key to these children to learn from us. But I think to a certain level, we must find a way of making sure that these small children are also sort of either having an education to that effect on this values and principle at that level of their educational, I don't know whether it's a subject or something. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Colleagues, she said something very important and I want to say to you, and now I'm talking to you as fellow South Africans. Remember, I'm talking to you at 3 level. This message is to you as fellow South Africans. The first school for any child is a family. And as a parent, your children don't hear what you tell them, they see what you do, and they emulate. So keep this in mind, that your children, and that is the narrative that you should take out there, in your own social circles, that the first school for any child is the family. And what they learn at school, they are learning it on the basis of the foundation that is already built. If the foundation is firm, there's no child who can stop a teacher at school. Do you understand, colleagues? So please let us keep that in mind. And I'm talking to you as fellow South Africans. Now I'm coming back to the head of talking to you as servants who serve the public. What are you standing up for? And thank you, Mme, for that. Anybody else? Online. Okay. Yes, online.
Okay, they are gone again, you know, they are raising hands and
Oh,
colleagues Percy and do you still want to take the floor? If so, you can talk.
anybody online? Okay, while preparing for that, online, please keep your hands up so that while we are deliberating, you'll be the next in line. Anybody else in the room, colleagues? As a public servant, yes, ma'am, in yellow. The mic is coming. And the second, there's a speaker there at the corner.
Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay. As a public servant, I stand up for integrity, transparency, and professionalism because I believe that the change that I want to see in preparation for the next generation, it has to start with me. And serving my country with due diligence, it's one of the key things that as a public servant, you need to embrace all the time. So I put myself out there to say, I want to serve to make a difference. You know, if you want to see change, it has to begin with you. And that is what I'm going to advocate going forward. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Absolutely right. Colleagues, in simple terms, do unto others as you would like them to do unto you. The service that you provide to the next person, by your own standards, it has to be acceptable to you. Are we clear? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me start by appreciating the presentation from the PSC for reminding us of why we are here, for taking us back to the constitutional values. And I loved the reading of the preambles of the Constitution. I think the DPSA should really note it to make it compulsory for us as government departments to make it a norm to read the preambles and the code of conduct for any gathering that we have, so that we remind ourselves of why we are here and what is expected of us. As SAPS, we are doing that. The reading of conduct is compulsory, is legislated. And as a public servant, what I stand for integrity, I stand for the truth as an ethics officer, because for our work, like you gave an example of a family, we need to lead by examples as ethics officers, because the people are observant, people are observing our work, people are observing our actions. So when we go to them, we should go there with our reputation intact, so that they know that we don't just talk these things because we get paid for doing this. We talk this while we practice it from the heart. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Walk the talk, practice what you preach. Thank you. Anybody else online? Nobody? Yeah, in the room? Oh, there's one online.
We have Gugulethu first. Gugulethu, you can talk.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me. Thank you for the presentation. And it's unfortunate that some of us are not there. It looks like it's quite interesting. I think as a public servant, it's always that it is our one and the main thing is that we have to deliver a quality service, not just, delivering services to the community at large. But I think the one thing that some of us keep forgetting is the compliance factor. I've seen that in most instances, we do not focus on just compliance and per se, like as a section on its own in terms of the legislation that governs maybe the mandate that you've been given and everything that governs, the institution. And then I think sometimes if as a public servant, you do not even yourself know what compliance or legislation governs you, then it is very difficult for you to be ethical in whatever stand or whatever you are engaging in, because you are not even sure yourself as to what you should be complying with. And I think I've seen with the AGSA currently, compliance is like a main factor to say that, you know, we should have compliance registers. We're all governed by compliance. You should know within your institution as to the legislation, and then you get your PFMA, and I mean, those we know in terms of administration. But whatever where you belong, you should know that you are trying your ultimate best to be compliant to that. And then if you are at least trying, then at least it makes it even a little bit better for you to be delivering a better service to the people that you should be serving. Because if you do not know what you're complying to or what you're doing it for, then it becomes very difficult as a public servant to be delivering good service. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Ethics is about doing what is right, what is fair, and what is good. And that also includes complying with the prescripts, you know, because those prescripts are there to ensure that the sound administration. Thank you for that, Sis Gooks. Another one online?
We have Samora. Samora, you can take the floor.
Okay.
Unmute Samora. Okay, can we move to Muiponi?
Muiponi? Online?
Please unmute before you speak.
Muiponi, going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, we don't hear you, Muiponi, therefore we are moving on. Colleagues, thank you for your participation. I'm told that I'm over time, and I really would like to apologize. I got carried away because it's a subject that really excites me. As you can see, the passion, you know, I'm hyperventilating. Anyway, I'm talking to you now in conclusion as ethics officers. Colleagues, your road is not easy. It's full of doubt in some instances. It's full of setbacks because you're dealing with a very touchy subject. Now, as you navigate through all that, I want to give you this criteria. We call it the plus filter. The decisions that you take in line with what Google Online said, Google 2 Online said. What does the policy say around that? The decision and action that you're about to take, is it legal? What about the universal values as enshrined in the Constitution? And lastly, what about your own self-values? Because as I said, your values, they are like your values are like your, what did I say? GPS. What do? They give you direction. They guide you in this journey. And with that, colleagues, I would like to conclude and say that thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you for being interactive. And there's a quotation by Oprah Winfrey where she said that doing your best currently in this present moment puts you at the best place in the next moment. Don't get tired. Continue to do your best in this role that you've been given so that through your actions, South Africa can transform and be a better country. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm actually not happy with the speaker you should have insisted on playing the video from the very beginning. Because after, like, just the interruption, if you played the video and then that was it, you spoiled it by saying a lot afterwards. It was very loud and clear. And maybe taking from the video, I think we're all listening. There's so much that I wanted to comment on, but I'm not going to do that because through your interaction with the colleagues, so much that I wanted to say has already been said. But just to respectfully, respect was one of the issues that she was emphasizing on. Inhlonipho, kuhlonipha, ukuhlonipha, respect. Africans respect the king. In Afrikaans. Respect, yeah. So, and taking cue from the video, I also like the way the presentations are flowing into each other seamlessly. The last presentation that the doctor presented, he emphasized on the strides that DPSA is making in terms of professionalizing the public service. Linking that to the last part of the video, I just want to humbly and respectfully request all of us to stand up so that we stand up and make that commitment to make the public, to professionalize the public service and make it what we want it to be. And also in doing that, just for us to stand up and be the change that we want to see South Africa be. Let's make the South Africa that we want to see. So like, I just kindly want us to request in respecting her presentation to stand up and make that commitment. Just those two main commitments. Us as public servants saying we are professionalizing our game and we want to see the public service become the public service that we want to see. We want to see, as we're doing that, when you said, are we serving ethically? What are we doing? How do we serve our clients? And in the process, when we do that, I believe we would have achieved in ensuring that we see the South Africa that we want to see. So let's stand up, colleagues, respectfully so, and make that commitment. I don't know how we're going to do that. I am not aware if we're going to have a statement for this particular session, but from her presentation, I just felt that we needed to stand up, all of us, and make that commitment to serve. And as we serve, we professionalize ourselves in everything that we do, and also in the process, I believe that we will see the South Africa that we want to see. It has taken us that long, but it's never too late. We're not losing hope. You said we must not give up. So thank you so much, colleagues, for respecting that request. We may be seated, and I believe that in our hearts we have made that commitment. Thank you so much. And I don't want to spoil this. Can we please move to the next speaker? Council? My fellow council, I missed that. So I'm using this opportunity just to be reminded of our profession.
Okay, well, good morning. I mean, what is it now? Afternoon, nearly afternoon. We are still in morning, 5 minutes to go. Let me just start off by saying, I guess all protocols are observed. Good morning to the ethical family, all the ethics officers. It's quite a privilege and an honor to stand in front of you today. And Council, let me just say to you, I'm not happy with what you have just done because you've stolen my idea to get everybody to stand for management of conflict of interest. So yeah, I won't let the people stand again. But my name is Khanyisa Mgwenyana Ndintombazana Yasemabeleni. I represent the Eastern Cape, although I grew up here in Gauteng. So, ke khona go bua Setswana very well. as well. That's just a secret that I think I kept with me. People didn't know. So I'm the director for the management of conflict of interest. You know, we had a debate with my team whether it's conflict or it's conflicts. You will assist me. I just started this role on the 1st of June. So I'm literally a 3-month-old baby. So if you can handle me with care, I would I will appreciate that. My background is I started my career and council in 1994 when you were busy doing your stuff. I was still in high school. I started off in 1998. So you are my senior. I started off prosecuting, so I come with a little bit of background in terms of how do you look at the tail end of prosecuting, especially these offenses in contravention and having an involvement of corrupt activities. And I moved from there into the administration. I was most of my career, I was based in the Western Cape. So ek kan ook Afrikaans praat. And what was difficult is that the NPA, they forced me to move to the Western Cape because they said it was part of a contract and I had to prosecute in Afrikaans. And yeah, so, you know, this Rainbow Nation truly, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be South African. Can we just acknowledge that? It is wonderful to know that you are in a country where you can be original and diverse at the very same time and understand each other and accept one another with love. And it's just, yeah, it's just great. So I moved from prosecution, I entered the administration, and then I worked in legal services. I moved from there. I then entered into labor relations. And I can tell you there's a dynamic between being a lawyer doing legal and getting into the labor relations space where we need to be fair. And most of my career, I did that. I moved to being a commissioner at the CCMA as well. And then I came back to the public service after sitting and deciding on cases, and contributed a lot to dealing with SMS matters on grievances, and now I find myself managing conflicts of interest. So I'm in a space where I am learning. I'm looking forward to learning a lot from this space and environment and yourselves, but I'm hoping that I can also contribute with what I can so that we can better. I appreciate so much the previous speaker who got us to self-reflect. And I think when we are a family of ethics officers, an ethical family, we always start off with ourselves on a daily basis to see. Because we are conflicted, we are anxious, we are dealing with high-level employees, we are dealing with senior management, we are dealing with people who are responsible for our livelihoods, and we need to make hard decisions. We need to make truthful decisions. We need to ensure that we are actually, in my mind, I'm thinking, we are the traffic officers that are directing the flow of how the traffic is flowing. And you know, it's so amazing to me that when you look at the traffic officer, in fact, right now in Gauteng, you even have the homeless people who are directing the traffic. and I think that is the diversity of our country. We appreciate those people. We appreciate those people. Homeless people take time and they direct. And the one thing about the traffic officer is that when a person is directing the traffic flows in the direction. You know, and that is the power that we sit with. We sit with that power where we are actually showing our respective departments in which direction they should be flowing, and we are marking when there is potential of flowing in the wrong direction, or whether they are actually doing it, or whether we perceive them to be doing it, and that is the critical role and function that we play. So in our unit, in the Public Service Commission, I do not come alone. I do want to introduce my team, because as a family, you are our stakeholders, and I might not know you, but I'm going to get to know you because we value you and we value the work that we perform and we do together. So I'm going to ask that my deputy directors please stand up. And I will start with Mr. Amos Sadiki on my left, and Ms. Khanyisile Mavuso on my right, the lady in the yellow jacket. Let's give them a round. So these are maybe the people who are filling your inboxes with constant reminders and please request, etc., etc. Please do not get tired of them. Please do not get, Amos is showing he's gonna send you guys now. And then with them also is their team, Mr. Lazarus Nkadima and as well Mr. Tinawanga Mashao. Can you guys please stand up as well? Let's give them a round as well. So yes, that is the team that makes up. And then we've got one lady who's not present with us, Ms. Busisiwe Kasana. She's in the office, but that makes up the team that deals with management of conflicts of interests. Today, what I'm coming to talk to you about is our planned engagement. You can move to the next slide, please. Or must I do it? Okay, they didn't orientate me. Okay, fine. So what I want to talk to you about today is what we have envisaged or planned for how we are going to provide our oversight role to yourselves in assisting us as a country to move forward. We want to engage the ethics officers in an engagement called an ethics coffee. Now I have this picture because you know, when you say, let's meet for a cup of coffee, we know what's going to happen there. We are going to be open, we are going to be honest, we are going to dish. It's going to be welcoming, you know? So I think what we looked at is, let us get around to an issue of sitting down and plotting what is the way forward over an informal discussion with the ethics officers. And what are we going to be talking about? Well, I'm not going to bore you by telling you guys the mandate, you know all of that. But we are very concerned with the findings that we are making as an oversight body and with what our reports are telling us. And that is what we want to engage yourselves on, okay? We also understand in terms of what it is that we need to be looking to in terms of the FDF, etc. And what I think is of concern for us is that we are picking up a decline in the submission of those forms. We know that by law we are required to ensure there is compliance. But I think at the end of the day, just want to sit down and look at what are the challenges that we are exposed to and what are innovative ways to come up with circumventing such, okay? Why did we choose this theme of an ethics coffee, you know? And it's like I just introduced informally to say, you know, we want to sit down. We want to establish a relationship like none other before. We want to do business unusual a little bit and look to how are you as ethics officers dealing with the information that is coming at you and how are you interacting with such, okay? When do we envisage having our engagement as an oversight body? This is within the fourth quarter, sorry, of the financial year. It's next year, 2024. On the 23rd of February, we will make it so that it is a hybrid event as well, so that the people online are not panicked. We will include you, but we would appreciate having everyone who is around locally to come. You are more than welcome. The invite will be going out soonest. The lady in the yellow jacket, Ms. Khanyisile, will be sending out. She's the one that you can even talk to if you're not on her mailing list. Please I've specifically requested her to put her details so that she's easily contactable. And this is now so that we get to know who is our contact regarding this. Okay, an aspect that has been communicated to not so long ago was that there was a request we had sent out for gift and hospitality registers to be completed and submitted. She's requested that I just indicate that some of that is still amiss. So please just look at your departments. And if this hasn't been complied with, please, there is a date by the 21st of September that you would appreciate the information. It's still the same person, the lady in the yellow jacket, Ms. Mavuso. The people online, she's wearing a yellow jacket, that's why. Okay, and yeah, I think that was for me short and sweet. This is who we are, the Public Service Commission. I wanted to show you our commissioners in your respective provinces, you know as well. But we have just added or had an addition. Our national office has got now a new commissioner, Mr. Errol, who's joined us, I think, last week. Yeah, so we are now just, I think, short of. No, in fact, we are completed national office. There are 5. The chairperson, the deputy, and the 3. I wanted to talk a little bit about our envisaged Public Service Commission bill and the extension of the mandate that will be going out also to local government, you know, and that is going to be something that our chairperson is driving, the professionalization of the public service, more especially the fact that the mandate is going to be extended. The PSC is going to have greater mandate in terms of the whole public administration when it comes to the issue of monitoring the ethical behavior of the public service at large. So I think the call, as we started off the presentation earlier, that is upon us as ethics officers is great indeed. I think we are going to be faced with some trying times in the sense of you need to reflect on your personal values, as the previous speaker indicated, and then look how it is aligned to your departmental values, and ultimately how it's going to translate into the constitutional values and principles. That is what the PSC is tasked in promoting, ensuring that all departments promote those values and principles. And for me, what is of great importance is in your section 1 of the Constitution, where you, in fact, you understand that there are what is called founding values that the Constitution is based and built on. And the rule of law is one. And that is where we always start from. What do the legal prescripts require us to comply with? And the one, I think Google online had spoken about the issue of compliance. Please let us not be found wanting as ethics officers in non-compliance. And what we have done is that we've actually taken some time with our sister department, the DPSA, to look at the e-disclosure system and looking at how are we interacting as ethics officers with this e-disclosure system, and how are we capturing what we are finding. You know, it's going to get to a point where in our oversight role as a PSC, we're going to have to look into how did the ethics officer perform their function in terms of the findings that they made in their department. So what we are looking to enhance the system or suggesting to DPSA to assist us with is to see how is that ethics officer in that department taking their role seriously by guiding their department officials in whatever they are picking up and the findings that they are making. So whatever you would be capturing there is going to become critical for how we are going to be moving forward. I think what we have done as a team is sit down and look at what other creative and innovative ways we can make this verification process more interesting and less cumbersome on all of us. So I think that is my 2 cents. I literally took, I think, only about 15 minutes. But I'm opening it up for questions from your side. My very competent and capable team is present to assist in addressing. But I think we are having a discussion as a family more than anything. And you know, I take it that the questions and the answers are found in the same room. So many of us can put our heads together with questions that we have to see how best we can approach. I am honored to be here. I thank you very much, DPSA, for inviting and giving us a space. And I'm very privileged to have seen and met you all. And I look forward to a fruitful working relationship with you. Maybe I can then open Program Director for questions. If there are any, I will be guided. Okay, there's a hand in front, and I think I saw a hand at the back. Unless you were touching your hair. The lady in the green jacket, I mean the blue jacket, okay. Okay, sir? Yes.
Thank you, madam, for the presentation. My challenge is with the, when, I don't know if it is misplaced, but when we deal with this thing of, you know, conflict of interest, then people put in their, what do you call this? They apply. If they have something to show that they, and it's Arabs, I don't know if it falls within here, or maybe it's out, I should take it out. But the challenge is when it is approved, there is a certificate that comes out. When it is delayed, it's called deemed approval, but you don't have anything to show for deemed approval. And we are asked because they have not responded, either because the powers that be, you know, have been away for a month after submission. And when you come back, you know, there are all those things. You don't get any proof of deemed approval. How do you assist there?
Okay, very good question, very valid. Any other questions? Yes, the lady here in front. I hope Mr. Sadiki and Ms. Mavuso, you are making notes of the questions. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. It's Tandwa from the Office of the Premier Eastern Cape. I just wanted to check with your office when we are dealing with the conflict of interest, the system that we are using to pick up the officials or to get the officials that are having a conflict of interest, are you using the same system that is used by the AG? Point number one. Number two, in our province, we're having a challenge because Provincial Treasury will give us a list. Those lists will go to departments of officials who are conflicted. And then on the other side, we've got a list that is coming from DPSA for people that are conflicted. But when AG comes, they'll come with another list that has not been picked by the other institutions that we are working with. If you can just assist us in that regard, because we are still having a challenge when it comes to conflict of interest. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, in terms of the first question on the issue of the deemed approval, and then the second issue on the conflicting, basically data verification, Mr. Sadiki, can the mic go to him this side? And then also I want to hear from yourself, Ms. Mavuso. Please stand, sir.
Thanks, Mpati. The first question of deemed approval, if you can check the program, is under discussion after lunch. But however, let me not be selfish and provide the necessary response. If, let's say, for example, you apply for ORW, you have to count 30 working days. And if you don't get a response after the 30 days, you consider it deemed approval, but however, the final decision is with the EA. They can still revoke the deemed approval. The reason being, by the time you applied and counted those 30 days, they were still considering your request. And if they found out that there is a conflict of interest, they can revoke it. It's not something which is automatic. Then with regard to the verification of or using the data that we use to verify, we normally use the third-party data to come up with a conflict of interest. And by the third-party data, I mean the information that we source from third parties, like with regard to companies, we source the data from the CIPC, which is the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, formerly known as CIPRO, which is the Companies and Intellectual Property Registration Office. It was changed from Registration Office to Commission. This is where we use to source the data that we check the companies registered under the officials' names. Then we do have those clever jackals who will say, the company doesn't belong to me, it belongs to my wife. I'm just managing. We don't use your wife's ID number or your child's ID number. We use your ID number as a public servant to check the data or the companies that are registered under your names. And then that's where we check the status of you as an individual and the status of the company. Your status might say active, but the company has been deregistered. Then there are different types of statuses that we consider. Because first is in business. When I register a company this month in September, come next month, I have to go and pay the annual returns. If I intentionally neglect to pay for a number of years, then the status of my company will automatically change to deregistration process. If it is in a deregistration process, there is a chance that I might revive it to in business by paying the annual returns. If after, let's say for a period of 10 years, I'm not even paying anything, it's going to change from deregistration process to deregistration final or AR final deregistration. So when we verify, we don't consider the AR final deregistration or deregistration final. When we verify, we only consider two statuses, in business and deregistration process. So when, please, I want to plead with you colleagues, when you conduct the preliminary verifications in your respective department, you must consider those two statuses which says in business. In business doesn't necessarily mean that the company is conducting business. It's the status that the company complied with everything in terms of the requirements of the CIPC, and it can be issued with a tax clearance certificate. So there are those clever jackals after founding one thing, they said the company is dormant or it has been deregistered. Don't consider such cost is if one can say that statement I regard it as a male cow is a bull. So please don't consider that. Then coming to properties, we also consider the comments that people make there. I've sold this property, but when we check on the database, it says the company is still, the property is still appearing. It means they have not yet updated the deeds data there. So we also take into consideration the comments that are made by either the ethics officer or the employee. Same applies to the e-notice. We also consider those. Because if, let's say someone didn't declare a vehicle, and that vehicle was stolen and never recovered, or it was involved in an accident and written off. So sometimes we do phone the officials to get clarity, especially if, let's say, there is a Toyota Tez or a VW Chico that was not disclosed, and there is a Mercedes-Benz to the value of 800,000 that has been disclosed. So meaning the official cannot intentionally neglect to disclose a VW Chico or a Toyota Tez to the value of less than 50,000. So we do make telephone calls to such officials to get clarity. I thank you, colleagues.
Before you sit down, Mr. Sadiki, please address the issue of the differing lists. The lady has indicated that, is there a list that takes precedence? There's a provincial treasury list, a DPSA list, and for example, an AG list. Is there a specific third-party list that should take preference? How should they go about it if these three differing lists have different information? Maybe if you can just address that part.
Okay, thanks, Mpati. With regard to what Mpati has already alluded to, I've indicated that we use the data from the sources, which are, for example, if it is a central supplier database, it has to be the data from National Treasury. Then we do have the AG that conducts audits in different departments, and they use the very same source data that we use. And the very same data, it gets uploaded on the e-disclosure system by our colleagues or the custodian of the e-disclosure system, which are the DPSA. So there are no conflicting lists. It only differs when the profiles of the people changes, and it changes on a daily basis. I buy a car this month, then the data that was uploaded 2 months ago by DPSA doesn't have my car that I bought. So there are no conflicting data. The issue is about the changes in people's profiles.
Thank you for that. Ms. Mavuso, anything to add? I noted 2 hands, 3 hands. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes, Ms. Mavuso, please stand up. 4 at the back, the lady in the navy.
From my side, I don't want to spoil.
Sorry, before, we are just noting, Program Director. Okay.
I don't want to spoil what Mr. Sadiki has already said. He has covered a lot of issues, but I just want to share a few best practices, to assist ethics officers, especially in respect of deemed approvals. There's a way that you can try to eliminate deemed approvals. For the fact that you're given 30 days, in some departments, what they do is they allocate a turnaround time for the application. For an example, you'll find that from the applicant to the ethics officer, it takes 3 days to, do a submission and all that. And from the ethics officer to the person who has to make a decision, then there's at least an allowance of 15 days. So the biggest challenge is that sometimes we overlook that, and you find that the application is last minute, the HOD is not around, and so on. So I'm not saying these challenges are not happening, but I'm saying we can try and prevent them by putting a time frame so that it allows time for the decision makers to be able to do the approval. And with regards to also cars that are stolen or write-off, Another best practice that I want to share is that for those people or officials who have cars, advise them to go to Department of Transport to clear their cars on the system, because it's doable. It's same as those who have companies that are on the central supplier database. You can always write to Treasury. I've done that before. I know you get an automated response where they acknowledge your request if you want to be removed or your company to be removed on the central supplier database. So I'm saying in the process, while we're still trying to find maybe the best system that is working, there are ways that we can do to eliminate all these frustrations that we have. And I hope if we join that ethics coffee engagement, we will be having those expert people to advise us. And I'm hoping that at the end of the day, all ethics officers will be capacitated, who will know what to do at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think, sir, in a response to you, I don't believe that there will be any proof. When we talk about what is deemed, deeming, it is a legal term that is utilized because of the lapse of time. So what will happen is that you will calculate from the date the application is made, and that date for me should be sufficient proof, because there will be no certificate that would be issued. The certificate comes when there's actual approval. Okay, the next set of questions, I think let me start. Why do I see someone in front? Okay. Can we please put the hands up? I'm completely confused. Okay, fine. The lady in the peach, then I'll come here in front, then that gentleman, then that lady, then there was a hand at the back. Yeah. Let me give you numbers. Sorry, let me give you numbers. You understand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sorry, 7. Yeah, sorry, man, sorry. Yeah, it's just, sorry for that, forgive me. Okay, start number 1.
Good day, colleagues. Thank you for the presentation, Council. My question is a follow-up with regard to the list of the conflict of interest. Now, when you look at the information that we receive from DAWU or the CSD National Treasury, sometimes that information does not reflect the information with regard to the local municipalities, where a public servant is doing business with the local municipality. Then Treasury comes in with such information, and that information, when you check with AG, what is the source of that information? They don't want to share. And even when you want to confirm the details, they don't want to share the information. And you find that in cases where names are similar, it's Batupile Enterprise or Batupile Company, they will just say it's the same person. You prove to them, you submit information, it's a back and forth type of an engagement. So I think the issue of the source of information, mainly on the AG side, it will be very important. Sometimes they come with very outdated information, and they would come and lapses when you are fighting in between. So I think that part needs to be clarified. Thank you.
Thanks. We're just going to take all the questions. Yeah.
So, because we're going in the afternoon, may I kindly request that we step off it for now.
Okay.
And then we can continue later.
Okay.
Thanks.
Did we hear that, ethics officers, on the issue of other remunerative work, we are going to be dealing with that? If the questions were not related to that, I think we can continue, but if it was, can we keep it for later? Yes. Number 7? Number? There. Yes. Can the mic go to this lady and that? Oh, okay, and then the one online. It's not other remunerative work, please. Okay, go.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Singwa Bafani from Limpopo Department of Agriculture. I need to find out regarding the issue on the scrutiny report. we always receive that a certain SMS have certain amount of loans. And then where are you getting that information? Because it differ with what the employee have disclosed. Are you getting it from the third party? Or because what the employee have disclosed is not the same as the information that it came as the employee is having so much loan. So we need to understand, maybe you are getting the information on the third party, because when we do the verification of the application, you find that some of loans that you indicated, they are not even existing. Thank you.
Okay. Next. Yes, number 7. It's your turn, lady. Finally.
Thank you very much. My name is Ngobile Bembe from the Department of Cooperative Governance. So few issues that I just need assistance with. Doing business with the state, we often refer to CSD. I just wanted to check, is there a possibility that OPSC can integrate this process as we verify as ethics officers, pull it as to be part of the third-party information, so that at least we've got all the information in our disposal, because now you have to go to so many screens to verify the information, and it's time consuming. So can we try and have all the information under one screen so that we minimize some of, because we already don't have resources and it's just time consuming to be doing that for one person. So the second issue, I just wanted to check, we've noted a new trend now. I think previously we would try and engage with the officials where we've picked up some discrepancies and would make notes as ethics officers to make it easier for OPSC to know, like, if the car has not been disclosed, or the house, or any other example. But we're noting that now that, and I think Mr. Sadiq has just confirmed that you also call, are we not duplicating efforts? Because we have already done that part so that you can consider. So we've done the first step. So if you are doing it, are we not duplicating? And so I just wanted to find out, what's the thinking of redoing that process? Can we not just eliminate some of these issues, because I just feel it's a duplication. So those are just the two. The other one I'll leave out maybe for the ORW.
Okay, thanks.
Oh,
for
sorry. Just the last one. I think the CATS one, if we can just be assisted, because we're picking up that AGSA is pulling their information, and I'm understanding that it's from National Treasury, but there are so many discrepancies that we are picking up. So we just need to streamline our processes so that we can also assist, could also be assisted. So if we can get data that is more reliable, because we also get frustrated, officials also get frustrated in terms of the information. The information you give to us and the information you use to verify is not the same. So we need to just streamline our processes. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I think someone online, mentioned someone online.
Oh, they disappeared.
Oh,
We
okay.
can move on.
Okay, I think I'll take the last hand here. Yeah, the last hand. There's another one. I just saw this lady. Okay, and then ma'am here in front. Okay, sure.
Thank you for the presentation.
Okay.
I would like to know whether your third data system is updated frequently. Because as an ethics officer, while I'm busy verifying, you might find out that the official has sold his or vehicle, but it still appears under his name under INATI system. Thank you.
Okay, then the last lady. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you very much. My name is Xoliso Lizolo from Higher Education and Training. My concern is still based on the unstable data on the third-party data. We have recently found out that after sending to those who are identified to have some anomalies, or the data that doesn't correspond or some discrepancies. After, when we go back to the third-party information, it doesn't show any longer anything on that, on the information that we've already sent to the identified officials or employee. So I don't know whether the information is outdated or what. It troubles us as ethics officers. Can that be taken into consideration? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Look, I think instead of giving the colleagues an opportunity to respond, what we'll do is that we have taken note of the challenges and the issues that have been raised. Mr. Sadiki's email specifically is amos.s@opsc.gov.za, but you had Ms. Kanyisile and my email as well. What we will do is that we will collate all of these issues and then we will give a collective response to the mailing list in the meantime. And then he had mentioned that these third parties will be present as well, in as much as the fact that we will engage them prior to our engagement so that we can better streamline. What I do want to encourage, number 7, is that we have also met with the DPSA and the system developers in terms of e-disclosure, exactly because of that back and forth that is happening. So we are looking at making the verification process a bit easier, because you need to see it on one screen, all of it, you understand, regarding the issue that you are looking at. So that is something that we are working on behind the scenes because of the frustration and the time that it takes for the verification process to happen. With that being said, colleagues, already I'm excited. I saw the presentation my colleague gave, that video. It said that at that time of the shooting of the video, people were more excited than fearful. I think now a level of excitement is coming back, not so much fear of the unknown, in the sense that the inputs that are coming in, very valid. The challenges we are definitely going to be addressing, and the communication lines will constantly be open between ourselves and yourselves, obviously with one common goal: to better how we manage these conflicts. I thank you very much, Program Director. I excuse myself respectfully.
Thank you so much. Don't stress too much, Sister Pleasure. You said you wanted 20 minutes. So I have yours 20 minutes safely. And yeah. Yeah, but it is frustrating, but yet at the same time, like she rightfully said, it's exciting to see that now there's so much interest in the field. Everyone wants to really understand, so that when they implement, they know they're doing it right, they're not uncompliant, they're not breaking any rules, not breaking any, we just want to do this right. So it is exciting, it is frustrating, because we don't have enough time. There's no time in this world. But thank you so much. But in Indombi, I say ma beleni. Thank you so much. And for those who did not understand her when she was rating herself, she said, "Kitlo ehulu yatubat." A big, an elephant is already big, but a bigger elephant. It's a big elephant of the Tubatse River. Thank you so much, colleagues. I think these are exciting news for us to take everything forward. And yeah, my boss is looking at me like, really? So you can come up. I don't want to be fired. Yeah, they say time is a resource. So I don't want to be fired for not ethically aligning to that.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's just that I was excited at some point that we are so well on time, and now we are a bit missing it. It looks like I must do this. Can we load the third presentation, please? I'm not sure, I wasn't here when Kanyisa started. Am I also required to do the introduction my way? Who? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, ko gae ga ba mpona ba re ke tla ga di a mphela mara ka lla dibata. Tla ga di a mphela mara ka lla dibata. Ke mmina kolobe a eja. Ba ba re sutlang ba re re eja le sefene sa yona. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Pleasure Matseho. For those who know me, they know me from the e-disclosure days. I've closed that chapter. I've closed that chapter, so I am, is there a problem, Valley? My responsibilities have moved to development of norms and standards, and that's why today you will hear a lot about directives and policy, and please, colleagues, familiarize yourselves with these directives, with the policy, with the act, with the regulations, because I got so frustrated when I'm sitting there and I hear the questions. If you were my children, you were not sleeping home today. I'm angry at you. Okay, let's see. I wasn't sure if I'll be able to see the slides from this side. So that's why I'm having them here. Colleagues, as we were developing the program and requesting approval for this, for today's session, DG was saying, it's as if you're just going to speak to these people. I don't see them on the program. And I said to her, don't worry. As long as you talk about these issues, the discussion, you have to stop it at some point. So I know I'm not going to talk to them. We are going to have a discussion. Now, colleagues, you will remember from 2021, we had a discussion about institutionalization and professionalization of the ethics officer function. And every other time we meet, you ask, where are you with the process? We have been giving feedback every time we meet, but today I have good news. We have progressed. Now we are looking at developing a directive on that, but it is only one part of it. You will realize institutionalization, professionalization are two different aspects, and they both require time and resources. So we are firstly looking at institutionalization, and later we can talk professionalization. Because if we are to combine the two, all of you will be out of job tomorrow, because none of us went to school for this, and I don't want to lose you. Even if you are not going to sleep home, I still love you. So this year we have, in this area, we have 3 targets. We are developing that directive on institutionalization, and you will remember Mr. Corey Smith. He has been coming, and he's online now. He has been coming to our sessions to give you feedback, and we have given you all the information around this. So we are translating that information into a directive. The second issue is to review the directives on other remunerative work. And I am sad because I'm going to differ with my colleagues from PSC. And unfortunately, because the policy originates this side, I think I'm allowed to differ with them. It's not with bad faith, it's just to put things straight. And the second one, it's conducting business with an organ of state. You will remember that with the draft regulations, Regulation 13C was taken out. But this is the reason why it was taken out. For all of you who attended those trainings that we conducted for 2 days with Bramos, you will remember I put my neck on the block and said, 1st of April, we will be implementing PAMA. And it never came to be. And you can kill me if you want. I was sure. I was sure because my part was done. So now we have reverted to 13C. You will see it still in the regulations. I'm sure we will get approval very soon of the reviewed regulations. So 13C is still safe, colleagues. We received so many inquiries about why are you removing 13C. So that's why now we will look at the review of the directive. So I'm just going to give you overview of these directives in terms of changes that we are proposing, and underline proposing, because the big part of what we are going to do today and tomorrow is to engage with these proposals and see if they make sense and get more from you if you have, or tell us this won't work, let's scrap it for now. So that is what we are going to do. So in terms of institutionalization, key things that we are looking at, and I sent you documents. I hope you had an opportunity to go through them. If you haven't, maybe you will remember the discussions that we had in the past. Because let me say this up front, I'm not going to share this presentation because it's about draft. Drafts change so many times. And I know sometimes you get a presentation, you take it as policy. So until we have a definite directive on these issues, I'm not sharing this presentation. Next time I do it to the other group with your inputs, it would have changed. So that's the only reason that I will not share it. So we are looking at the roles and responsibilities of ethics officers, including a sample job description. So the directive will come with a sample job description. Unfortunately, for those of you who are in HR, you know DPSA has been struggling with the job grading system. So as of now, we cannot grade that job. So it's just to give you an idea. But all the roles and responsibilities emanate from the public service regulations. So if you go to Regulation 22 on the responsibilities of the HOD, it's what you will assist with. And Regulation 23 clearly stipulates what the ethics officer should be doing in the department. And we are also advising in terms of organization and staffing for the ethics function. In 2015, DPSA issued guidelines in terms of staffing for administration, and this is where the ethics function is located within the broader program called administration, and it's linked to risk management. And that is why in DPSA itself, you will have it as risk and ethics. So you have a directorate dealing with risk and ethics. Salome is a chief risk officer. Ethics is located within her chief directorate. And many of you have linked this to that. So we are just supporting that. And then we have also proposed the reporting arrangements. So when you go to groups and discuss this, you can pull the documents I sent you if you didn't get the opportunity to look at it. Now, in terms of the current draft of the reviewed regulations, we are providing for designation or appointment. You remember the previous one was only talking about designation. So this time we are saying designate or appoint, because some departments might be ready to appoint, but they didn't appoint because the regulations are saying designate. I heard somebody saying DPSA must make a rule that every day we recite something. If something is right, do it. Don't wait for somebody to direct you to do it, and wait for an audit to be able to do it. So, and then in the directive, we also define what designation is, because we all have different ideas of what designation means. So we have tried to outline it and to explain what it is in the context of this directive. So we also are including it to accommodate those departments that are not ready to appoint, or their risks are such low, or the size of the department is small, that they don't need somebody full-time who is doing this work. So we're still giving the EA the latitude. We are not dictating in terms of that. We're just providing that framework in which departments can work. So when we talk appointments, we're talking about Section 9 of the Public Service Act. And it will take you back to Section 8, which defines what is the composition of the public service. So just get those two in mind, designation and appointment. But also, if you go to, I think, Regulation 63 or 65, I'm not sure at this point, but it also tells you when you designate a person for 12 months, then at the end of the 12 months, you need to decide whether this person is doing this work full-time, and therefore change his or her job description to that which you want him or her to continue doing, or else appoint. So those are the limitations we have in terms of designation, so that you don't designate forever. Right now, I know we have many people who are new, because every other time we change, and because people are designated, they even have the right to say, I am tired, so bye-bye. Just find somebody to do this work. I'm no longer interested. So those are the instabilities that we found. Okay, I think I've dealt with this. So that is about the institutionalization. I'm going to deal with all of the directives, and then we can have a discussion if we have time, or we will start here after lunch before we break into groups, so that we can have that discussion, so that we don't waste other people's time the other side, if you allow. So in terms of conducting business with an organ of state, there has also been so much misinterpretation of what the directive requires. But at the same time, there is also ignorance in terms of what the directive requires. If I can ask anybody to show by a raise of hand who has a policy on conducting business with the state. Oh, thank you. Which department is that? Sorry? KZN Health. Oh, you all have. We have. Please share, colleagues. Thank you, thank you. So these are the people who know why, what is contained in the directive. It clearly stated that each department must have that policy, but clearly we don't have the policy. But thank you, colleagues. So we're going to repeal that directive, not today, not tomorrow, only when the minister signs the reviewed one. The 2017 one will not work. We will communicate that. So don't say it's repealed. It's not yet. So you can still go and develop that policy. So what we have done with all our directives, and we still have to confirm this, and I hope when we go to discussions, you can also point out to these issues. Sometimes there's a confusion of what an employee is. Sometimes there's a confusion, especially for national departments, whether these things apply to special advisors or not. Now, Section 8 of PAMA is a different story. Unfortunately for me and you, we will have to implement two legislations at the same time. Now, PAMA does not allow the minister to issue directives. And that's why you see we're still talking conducting business with an organ of state, whereas Section 8 says conducting business with a state. This directive will not say you have committed a criminal offense when you conduct business with a state, but you have conducted, you have a criminal offense if you conducted business with an organ of state in terms of Section 8 of PAMA. So two things should happen: disciplinary action, but you must also go and report that to the police in terms of Section 8. So this is how you implement the two. Section 8 applies to special advisors, this directive doesn't. So that's the difference. So we're trying to, if there's any other category you can also provide us with that, so that at the end we know how to phrase it to accommodate all those. But colleagues, when you appoint somebody and you say to this person, all the public service prescripts apply to you, you must know that even this applies to them. So don't come and say, can interns not conduct business with the state? No, they can't. No, but these people are here for 3 months. They can't for that 3 months. So that is something that we should note. Also, when you have new employees coming in, tell them during the interview. And it's there even on the application form. So I'm still not sure why are we confused about these issues. So let's, we're trying to clarify some of these issues, even in these directives. And if you feel they are still not clear, let us engage and see how we make them clear, so that me and you preach the same gospel when we go out there. So, new provisions, we will have the annual reporting to the EA about the policy or amendment thereof by the HOD. Remember, the previous directive said the HOD must develop a policy. Can I hear yes? So we are making an additional, because we are aware this policy is not developed, and somebody is photographing the slides because I said I'm not sharing. When Solomon said even ethics officers can be unethical, I didn't believe it. Now I say it. And we also are required to keep registers of those people who are engaged in SCM and those, the registers of entities that we conduct business with. I don't know how many of us do have that. So the HOD will now be required to report on those to the EA. So those are the new provisions. We also are proposing that because we have problems, since 2017 we have this directive, but we still have a problem with people conducting business with the state. So they must be prohibited. If you are an employee, you will be prohibited from registering with CSD. So the mere fact that you have a company registered on CSD, a disciplinary action will be taken against you, because then you will not be complying with the directive. Sorry, and the policy that we say you must develop must also compel SCM officials to check with CSD before concluding contract with service providers. Because all these contracts go through, through SCM, they have access. They shouldn't tell you they don't have access. They have access to CSD. So there should be, as soon as you get a red ID number, then you know that it disqualifies that company or person from conducting business with the state. So that should not be something that we should be preaching at this point. It looks like you are ahead of me, that side. Okay, this is where we are. So we also are requiring, we are putting a duty to report on the HOD. So they must report within 30 days of becoming aware of the contravention of this directive. And they are going to report to the unit, which is Dr. Salomon's unit, the one with the long name, or TAU for short, Technical Assistance Unit, to the minister. And whenever we speak minister within this context, we are talking about Minister for the Public Service and Administration, and to the subs, because an offense in terms of Section 8 of the PAMA would have been there would be an offense in terms of PAMA. This is where subs come in. And the EA must submit a composite report in the form issued by the minister, which means Mr. Kabini will develop a form, if you don't have by now, summarizing all the relevant information ensure compliance with this directive, I'm sure with any other. If the employee was conducting business with an organ of state before being employed, ensure that that relationship is terminated before the employee assumes duty. Normally, people will give 30 days notice. Now that 30 days, it's for you to deal with anything and everything that will allow you to be a good employee in standing, if we have to put it that way. And it includes terminating all those contracts. So when the candidates come for an interview, please, I normally see we have an HR person who will be talking about all these other things. Make sure that you include this in your list of the things that you talk to employees about. Okay. Okay. I'm being told that if I don't finish now, you are not going to eat lunch. So I'm going to end with this directive, and then we will have to come back here after lunch, and then we can continue because I don't want to delay other people. So you must make sure that you tell the candidates about this so that we don't get those questions. The question was saying, what is the period in which the employee can disengage? As soon as you say, hello, I'm here, you have disengaged. If you didn't, you must know that you're preparing for how many years? 5 years in prison, or if you are lucky, a fine, if you are unlucky, both. That's what Section 8 is saying. And there must also be a designation of an official responsible for reporting these cases to the law enforcement authorities. And we are also providing for intervention by the unit. Most of you ignore our letters. I don't know if it's you or the HODs, but somebody in the department is ignoring us. So if you continue ignoring us, you will see SAPS knocking and taking people along, because the unit would have reported that Salumi is conducting business with the state, and this is a criminal offense in terms of Section 8 of PAMA. So those are the provisions. Colleagues at the back, I don't know if you are, can you please show the form? There are certain things that we are also amending Annexure A. You remember Annexure A, which lists those activities that are not regarded as conducting business with the state. So we are amending that because we have been misinterpreting even some of the activities that are there. But some of the activities, if you read them, and I know you'll say, what, but it's you, it's us, it's fine. We did that, I accept. But if you read them, you will see that they are actually canceling the whole directive, or they are contradicting the provisions in the directive. And that's why is it possible, Vali? Do you win? Please, let's see. So we are deleting some of those to make sure that we streamline those activities that we regard as not conducting business with the state. No, it's Annexure A. It's Annexure A. This is the form. It just says Annexure A. Okay, just give me 2 minutes. If it's not up in 2 minutes, we're going for lunch. I don't want you to be hungry. Okay, just hold it. Yes, so you remember this list. Now, the first one, the second one that talks about audit was actually not referring to the fact that as an employee, you are allowed to be a member of an audit committee. It was saying members of the audit committee, the external members of audit committees, because we capture them on PESAL, we make them employees when they are not employees, should not be regarded as conducting business with the state purely because they are not employees. Technically, they are not employees. They are just being paid through the employee system. So, and I know we have misinterpreted this to something else. Can we move on to the other read? Now, Solomon, you have to read this one, the other read. So what is the next red one? Yeah, number 8 is the one that is talking about the school board and the like. Now, in its entirety, it's contradicting the directive. So it has to go. And then the next one, what is it about? The farm schools. Yeah, if we want to talk about the farm schools, we'll talk about farm schools, not the property, because property goes beyond. So Dineo will build a block of flats, I mean a block of, flats, whatever, and then ask government to go and rent it. That's conducting business with the state. So we need to be sure what is it that you are talking about. A farm school, you will disadvantage those children that if I get to buy a farm where there was a school built in the farm, if then I say to those people, sorry, you can't come to school here because I don't want to be conducting business with the state. Can you imagine the disruption that will happen? So that was the idea behind coming up with this, but it also has elements contradicting the whole directive. The last one maybe doesn't affect you, it affects SASSA people. They were also, it was also giving a blanket approval as if now the health professionals, when they do SASSA work, they can be paid. I mean, if you are at the hospital, you are a doctor, you can't tell people because you come in for SASSA, I'm going to charge you. They are at the facility, they need to be helped like everybody else. But the idea was that those sessional doctors, because they are also paid through PESAL, they shouldn't be regarded as conducting business with the state. Colleagues, let's go for lunch. We'll come back here and finalize. Thank you. I don't take that clap. Witumelo will tell you which clap to do. Witumelo? You can't remember, but to Pele clap.
Your pleasure.
Sorry,
Let's
that's
hear.
wrong. We haven't
Marcus clap.
revitalized Batho clap. We do
I was asking Witumelo, but she's ignoring me.
colleagues, if you have not completed the attendance register, we are requesting that you do so, please.
Good day, colleagues. Just a quick one, but to clap, the revitalized one is, let's go.
Is it on now? Okay, colleagues. Thank you very much for coming back on time. Colleagues outside, can you please come in? House. Ooh. Money, spaghetti. Yeah. Especially if it's dollars or pounds. Colleagues, can we start? Thank you very much. Can we have the presentation back? The same presentation and move to slide 12. Thank you. So, colleagues, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mpumalanga, or is it Limpopo? Thank you. Thanks. Colleagues, like I said, we also have the directive on other remunerative work. That is why I was saying maybe we should not go into details in terms of discussions, but I want us to shift our minds to what is it that we want to see in terms of this directive, because otherwise we keep on asking the same questions, you keep on getting the same answers. So if this directive doesn't work for you, what is it that you want to see, that you think can better things in the ground? And that's why we are here. And again, like I say, we are going to adopt as a standard to exclude certain people from these directives. Special advisors are not included. Now with this one, there's also sessional doctors. So these doctors are not our employees. They are actually doing other remunerative work with us. But because they are paid by PESAL, they are continuously flagged as employees. So they are not employees, and we would like to exclude such people. When we go to discussions, if you know of any other category, you must say so. I hear that the court interpreters, I don't know if Department of Justice is here, but I hear that court interpreters actually are like they are on a call out. So they are not full-time employees in the state. So if that is the case, please let us know those things so that we know how we group these people. So when we go to discussions, that's one of the questions that I want you to deal with. So the second thing is we are now introducing the e-disclosure system as the only system that we will use to apply for other remunerative work. You see, one of the agenda items that we want to discuss is digitizing the other remunerative work application and the registers, the gift registers. So we are trying to improve on those things so that we no longer use that manual form. Everybody who wants to apply can go onto the system, and that will also give all of us an opportunity to be able to monitor what is going on in terms of other remunerative work applications. but we are not ready. And that's why I will tell you about what will happen in the meantime, because we are not yet ready, but that's the route we are taking. And we are also saying, as a principle, employees must engage their supervisors when they want to apply for other remunerative work. It's the same, can you really think about it? You come to work in the morning, a person puts a form in front of you, I want to study law. And you're like, okay, law, now that time, the applications are closing in the afternoon. So you are under pressure to sign and you think you can discuss later, you'll never get to that discussion. Every day a person has a reason not to meet you. So it would be beneficial and you will see why as we go on. You must remember we are also trying to improve the process. This is the reason. Now, the 30-day period that we have been counting, Kanye and Amos, the 30-day period that we have been counting, it's actually for decision making. So we have been misinterpreting the whole thing, and I include myself, colleagues. I'm sure some of you were told by me. Yes, it's for decision making. So from supervisor to ethics officer, you are still outside the process. So we are trying to direct that in terms of so we are going to correct that. That's number one. Number two, a day in the public service excludes weekends and public holidays. So if the employee, if the application reaches the EA on the 1st of September, you already have lost all the weekends, including the public holiday, if it doesn't fall into the weekend. Because remember, if it's a Sunday, it's then a Monday. So which means you must count all those days. So when you remember in the previous directive, we were saying when the ethics officer has stamped that she has received your application, you start counting the 30 days. That actually, we are told we have been implementing the act wrongly. So, which means you must always count. And I think we must find a way in this process how we're going to inform the employee that the 30 days will end on the 6th of August. So that they know it's the 6th of August. They shouldn't count 1 to 30 September, because that's not what the act is saying. It says 30 days, it says a day excludes public holidays and weekends. So, and that's why it's important for employees to talk to their supervisors so that they don't take long looking at this form, because it also can take long and disadvantage the applicant. Sorry. So that you record me. You don't need to record me, colleagues. Just Google the Public Service Act, the definitions, it will tell you a day excludes weekends and public holidays. That's the definition of the day. And remember this, the act says 30 days. It's unlike the regulations. Regulation 18(1) and 2 says from 1 April until 30 April. It doesn't say you will disclose within 30 days. That's the difference. It says from 1 April to 30 April. So that's the difference. So don't confuse the two. So that's why I'm saying even during recruitment, Remember, colleagues, you can't transfer with your other remunerative work permission. So during recruitment, if you recruit him from another department, make sure that the employee doesn't have other remunerative work. If they have, tell them the day they accept your appointment, they must terminate. Because they are not going to come and pressurize the EA and say, I have been, if you are a lecturer, you would rather not apply until January or the other month where the contract has expired. Once you do it in the middle, you must know that you're going to drop UNISA along the way because you need to go and apply and you're not going to pressurize anybody because besides the other days, the EA will have, in some cases, it will be 1.5 months or maybe 2 months, who knows, if you just count the calendar. So they can only apply after they resume duty. So don't worry about paragraph 8.2. We will tackle it when we get to the groups. I think this is where we're talking about the transfers and the new appointments, because as it is now, it says when you transfer within the department, you must inform the ethics officer within 5 days. And the ethics officer must do something within 5 days. And if you look at it and what I have just told you, they don't correlate. So we need to correct that. Once you move to a new environment, you must terminate. Because we need to assess it against the environment you are in now. And it doesn't matter whether you're transferring laterally or you're getting a promotion. You are in a new environment. If you are an ethics officer and then you move into supply chain, that's a totally new environment. So if you were doing other remunerative work, it terminates that day. Because you can't get there and inform your supervisor. That's not right. And principle-wise, it's not right. So we must just all look at that. So we also have, why is my thing not working with yours? Okay. You remember this from the previous directive, but we've changed it a bit. Oh, I didn't do the corrections on this one. Because now we are saying that the process will change. You remember the previous one was you complete the form as an employee, you go to the, you submit the form to the ethics officer, the ethics officer submits it to the supervisor, and that's a waste of time, honestly. If you sit down and reflect, there's a wastage somewhere there. And we are also trying to manage those deemed approval. Because colleagues, if you read the directive, a deemed approval is valid for 12 months. That's why you need to avoid it. It's valid for 12 months. Just like the approval, the approved one. And that's why you need to manage it. And that's why we had to go and dig deeper in understanding the 30-day period, because it was also confusing us. So there is clarity in terms of that. 30 days is for decision making. The act, that's what the act says. The executive authority has 30 days to make a decision. So so this is now the new process. So it will be from the employee. And remember, you'll be doing this on the system. So the system will stamp each process. So the day you submit to the supervisor, we are saying the supervisor must have 5 days to look at it. Remember, if you submit it on Wednesday, it's Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So you have 5 days as a supervisor to look at this. This is easy if you have discussed. because then you have an agreement there and there. Whether an agreement doesn't mean the supervisor is going to recommend or support. The supervisor can still not support. So from the supervisor, it goes to the ethics officer. For those of you who work on the system, you know that there are dates for each process. So the system will date it. So if the supervisor stayed more than 10 days, we will know where the process got stuck. And if the ethics officer stays more than 10 days, it's the recommended time, 10 days. And colleagues, you can look at all this and give your opinion as people who are dealing with this. I'm saying ethics officer will have it in 10 days, but I was also thinking, if I'm an ethics officer for SAPS, it means I'm not going to sleep. If just a quarter of them decides to apply for other remunerative work, you can imagine. So those are the things. Then the EA has 30 days, and then the ethics officer, once it's in the system, it will be in such that the EA, once he signs off on the certificate, it gets to the employee, and the ethics officer can track through the system. So that is the proposed process. So colleagues, there's a directive on delegations and something, but we get these questions every day. The AA can delegate. That process can be delegated. As far as I know, they can delegate to the HOD can delegate further. And we have also introduced a principle that says HOD may adopt a policy on other remunerative work. So you don't only have to rely on the directive. And in the directive, we have outlined what that policy should cover. And those are just some of the things. You can go beyond that. For an example, what kind of other remunerative is not accepted in the DTI Salumi? So that employees mustn't even bother, because now they don't have to start a fight with the supervisor with something that is clearly a conflict of interest. So you eliminate all those things that are clearly a conflict of interest for the department. So we can't say for the public service because we are in different environments. So agriculture, they will tell you, you can't do work in this area. Water affairs, they have their own way of limiting that. So you can adopt that policy. Make sure candidates understand this so that they don't come with stories once they are appointed. They can apply for after appointment if your policy says they are. Personally, I imagine a new person coming into the department and already carrying a baggage of other remunerative work. They're still on probation. So they don't know the kind of environment they are in, but they already think they can cope and do other work. So those are some of the things, but I know you experience different kinds of issues around this. So that is what the policy can deal with. So I'm not going to deal with the application form. We will specifically look at it when we are in the groups. But I know you all have issues with the application form. So colleagues, this is your time. If you let this slide, please, when I do training, don't accuse me of an application form that is not working. It's me and you this time. It's not me alone, it's me and you, because you have this opportunity. At the back, I have a document that is called Supervisor Tool. Can you please show it? So what we have done is to try to make the process easier for both the supervisor and the ethics officer by developing what we call a supervisor tool. Now, the supervisor tool says, among other things, when you assess this application, look at this. Let's give them 2 minutes. It's called supervisor tool, valid. So it's supervisor tool. It's an Excel document. So these are some, we will show you for those who will be dealing with other remunerative work. So these are some of them, just to make it easier. You don't have to tick everything. Oh, sorry. You don't have to tick everything, but we're just giving you an idea. So this will be an annexure to the application form. So when the supervisor processes, then he or she can look at these elements, because probably others don't know what to look for. For those who know it's not a problem, you can continue with your job. But I suspect the reason why everything is supported, besides the fact that they don't want to be unpopular, maybe they also don't know what to assess. So this is the whole list. If you want to increase the list, you can do that. If you think it's too long, we can shorten and combine, we can do that. It's not a problem. We are consulting, remember? And this is the first, from here, wherever I go, I will say me and the ethics officers agreed on this. Yeah. Thanks. Can we put on the ethics officer tool? It looks the same, but it's the ethics officer one. So we also try to make your job easier, but I know you master it by now. So we can improve on the list or do something, whatever it is that you think will make your job easier. With this one, at least you are here, you can speak for yourself, unlike the supervisors. So it is the same. So the items are meant to assess what the EA must consider when they approve or decline the application form, the application for other remunerative work. So we will also look at it and see if you still want to improve on it or decline other things, combine things and the like. So we are hopeful that this will assist the process. Okay, thank you very much. So I told you that we are not ready with the e-disclosure system. We have just started, but the process has started at least. So in the meantime, you are going to continue, if by 1st April 2024, which is when we will be implementing this. There I go again. If we are not ready by then, we will in the communication say we are not yet ready. So you are going to continue with that process that is outlined in the current directive. The one that says you must capture in PESAL, you must do this, you must do that. But we have changed so it's now the processing is 30 days plus 10 days for ethics officer, plus 5 days for supervisor. So it's 45 days, like 2 months, basically. So that is the process. So these are the proposed changes, colleagues. So what we are supposed to do from here is to have a discussion on these directives, the proposed changes. In the documents I sent, I highlighted most of them in red. Where you find blue is that maybe there was an addition from someone, you might, or there's a slight change of something, but all the reds are the new proposals. So what we are going to do, colleagues, instead of discussing one directive at a time as the whole group, we are going to have 6 groups, and 2 groups will discuss other remunerative work. 2 groups will discuss conducting business with an organ of state. Some people are sleepy. It's funny when you stand here because you see everybody. And the last group will look at institutionalization. Last 2 groups. So when we come back today, we are scheduled to discuss other remunerative work. And the reason why we're discussing it this time is because our colleagues from the Strengthening Ethics and Integrity Program are in Canada. We are 6 hours ahead of them. So it's like 8 o'clock now, that side, or 8:30. So they are able to join us. So there will be probably the group that stays here will be the one that deals with other remunerative work, because we are able to accommodate people who are online. The other 2 groups, Bramos will tell you where you go. So Bramos, Madame Bramos will come and tell them which groups they belong to. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. As we discuss tomorrow, you can raise your questions. And this afternoon, thank you. I know with other remunerative work, we won't go home. Thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. At the back, before lunch, it was full. I'm very observant. Now we have a lot of space. I'm taking note. Okay, the first group, I'm going to make it bigger. It will be Isaac's group. He'll be the leader of this group, Mr. Isaac Kavina, and then it will be the group that will deal with other remunerative work. It stays in this room. Number 2, because of my negotiation skills, I was able to secure a bigger room next door, which will host 2 groups. And then those groups will be this row. It will divide itself into 2 groups. And then one group will be Kabang's group, and the other will be Poliso's group. Poliso, I've not yet pronounced them, but by virtue of being members of that new committee, they are going to be in charge of forums like this. 2 groups, Tabang and Tolisa, will share from this group. Tolisa, yours will be up to the row behind you. So you and Tabang will share the room next door. Isaac also will divide into two in this room. Now, my group, I can't forget myself. I'm going to take up to KZN. No, Nazip, up to you. All of you will belong to me. We are going upstairs. Kando, you take, hello? Oh, okay. Isaac's is other numerative work. Tabang's group is conducting business with the state. And then mine and Tando's will be institutionalization. Okay. So meaning Tanda, we have two rooms upstairs. So colleagues, I guess you know who Tandwa is. You'll follow her to up. Tandwa and myself. Pleasure will be overlapping. Salome will assist me in my group. Advocate, the two advocates will decide which groups they join. I would suggest I split you. Advocate, Valo, you can join me upstairs. Institutionalization. Colleagues, without pleasure, just direct me. What time are we supposed to be back? At 3. Okay. Colleagues, let's leave. Isaac's group will remain. Colleagues, yours and Tabang. They.
Colleagues, when we have discussions in the groups, please have those drafts, not the presentation. Use the draft directive.
Colleagues, okay, colleagues, make sure that in your respective groups, you have a scriber and a person who's going to report back. Colleagues, we have car keys here. Look, you have car keys. It doesn't show which car is that. Okay. Colleagues online will join the group, Isaac's group on other numerative work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is the directive on other remunerative work outside the employee's employment in the relevant department as contemplated in Section 30 of the Public Service Act. So we as Pleasure has indicated, we are reviewing this directive. So we want to check whatever has been captured on the directive, do we agree with it? Do we want to add some of the things on the directive? So if you can assist us with the scrolling down to the next page. So here are the contents of the directive, the introduction, the purpose, authorization, scope of the application, statutory framework, implementation of the directive, how are we expected to implement it, the new appointments and transfers, the non-compliance, monitoring and reporting, as well as the transitional measures. There are also annexures A and B, the application form and the approval certificate. Can we scroll it down? Okay, these are the definitions. Do we agree that everything has been captured on the definitions? Definition of the applicant, the business, the calendar months, and the code of conduct. Yes.
I think an employee must be further defined. Who is an employee?
There's a suggestion here or a proposal to include the employee definition under the definitions. Do we agree with the proposal or there is a counter proposal? Your hand was up, ne? Okay, now it's fine. Yes.
Thank you, Facilitator. No, actually, I agree with my colleagues that we should define it. Maybe if possible, we align it with the way it has been explained in Labor Relations Act, so that at least it can cover all the gaps, because of, there can be argument to say it's an employee. Is it a contract worker? Is it an employee or what? Maybe if we can do it along that concept.
Okay. Here is an agreement with the initial proposal. There was another hand. Just the mic for the online colleagues to hear.
Yes. I raised my hand, but I was thinking, since we are still on the C's in terms of the definitions, maybe we're still coming to an employee. I haven't had a chance to see the draft yet. So I agree with the proposal of defining employee, and let's see if we don't have that definition going down.
Yes, I get what you're saying. Let's scroll it down. I think we might have the definition of an employee. We've got the days, the deemed approval. It's not yet explained there. I think if we can come up with the agreed explanation on the deemed approval. It's explained, I think, in section 30 of the Public Service Act. Yes, my brother.
I wanted to check if we want to include or define employee, then we will also have to check with the Public Service Act as to what the definition of the Public Service Act is, so that we don't create a dual interpretation of an employee.
Yes, I agree with that. If we can scroll down, do we have any issues around? We're fine. Just scroll it down. Any issues on this page? So we don't have any issues. Yes, sir.
I've noticed that there is an employee in the previous page. Why don't we look at it with the explanation that is given there? And if we have to expound on it, we do it before we go down, because now we move further and further only to find that we've left things behind.
So on the employee part, it says here, if you can just go up a bit, my brother at the back. The previous page. Here, after the EA, there is an employee. The definition it says means an employee in the public service. So this is in terms of the Public Service Act, it defines the employee, like my brother has indicated there. So we rely on the definition that is explained in the Public Service Act. Any further comment?
Also show in terms of the definition in the Public Service Act. We currently have people who are doing, who are on contract. We have interns. I think maybe if we also add that, or we just have to check it in the public service, does it cover those ones? So that when we put it here, it's very clear and straightforward that those people, they are covered by RWOPs. They must also apply.
Okay,
Stan
we put a
speaking.
definition of an employee on the Public Service Act, Section 8.
That's it.
It says, for the purpose of this act, in relation to employment. Okay, maybe let me start from the Section 8.1. The public service shall consist of persons who are employed in posts on the establishment of the department.
HOD.
That's A. B, additional to the establishment of the department. Subject to the prescribed condition of any person referred in subsection 1, may be employed permanently or temporarily and in full-time or part-time capacity. So for the purpose of this act, the Public Service Act, in relation to employment, the word permanently or permanent in respect of an employee means an employee to whom
Sometimes they leave gratuity or
a
something.
retirement
That goes
age
to the death or
referred
whatever.
to in
That
section
beneficiary will
16
pay via
applies.
passage.
And the word temporarily or temporary in respect of an employee means not permanently employed. So do we understand on that? We are in agreement. Yes, sir.
Okay, that doesn't make sense to me actually.
That's why we wanted a clear explanation. Remember,
Somebody
pleasure
and
talked about
is entitled to a leave
them being
gratuity
employed, but
or
they're not
whatever.
permanently
We
employed.
have to
They're
utilize
employed just for the period of that. So meaning, or it is temporary contract and
for the
all
third
that.
party, yes.
Are they, so as it is, are we saying it is sufficient?
Contracts are through
That was
platforms.
my
Contracts
challenge.
are through
So
platforms.
that, you know, we
The
don't,
audit committee-
sometimes you don't have to go and
and
explain
business
further.
will put a
You just put them
periodical
in there so
payment
that you know that
supplier,
everybody is
supplier
covered.
I'll have a look at that presentation now. Thanks, actually.
Thanks,
Okay, fine.
Mr. Kabin.
Just to add actually on the issue of employees that are employed on the contractual basis, there's this program of the EPWP, maybe from the department that I come from, we find that some of this EPWP employees are benefiting in one of the department's programs. And they will include them in that special program so that they are able to remunerate them. But in a sense, they are not employees of the institutions. Yeah. And we find that maybe they are grouping them in terms of to make small cooperatives. And that sort of creates conflict, And I've had similar issues with the AG before. And, likely enough, whenever AG comes up with this thing, I'm able to explain. So I thought maybe if we, I'm trying to agree to my colleagues there in the front to say if we can further expand, maybe if there are any exclusions from these definitions, so that it is explicitly clear on that definition, and it wouldn't create any confusion. Thank you. Okay. There was a bit before you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. I just want to find out about the seasonal workers, because in our department, we've got so many categories of seasonal workers. Are they also included as temporary employees, the seasonal workers? How do we treat them? As temporary employees, or they should not be included in people who are supposed to apply for normative work? Thank you.
I think maybe we could say there to expound on the sentence as defined in the Act, so that then if there is any need, whosoever wants to find out the totality of the should go to the Act, unlike putting the whole Act there.
Okay. There's another proposal. Do we have it on record? Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think basically they on employees, we just make reference to that paragraph that is there. If there are matters regarding exclusion, let's look at NHA. So let that be an area to be looked at so that they can meet, especially those EPWP workers and the like. So let that then be covered by that part. Yes.
Yes. I'm in a ethics officer forum virtual.
Any other hand?
So I will phone you
All
when
right.
we.
On the sessional workers, my understanding you'll have sessional doctors, but it will be someone who has got a surgery, and then the hospital, maybe they will need their services maybe once or twice in a week. But necessarily they are not employees in a hospital. They are acting as consultants, if I can put it that way. But now you'll find that the hospitals, maybe in terms of the payment, they are captured on PESAR, which then by definition, it gives them the definition of an employee in a department. That is why in doing business with the state, some of them are flagged in terms of that. So if they are captured correctly with the correct codes, I think we can eliminate the problem. That's my thinking on that. So we agree on the employee. Let's go down. If you can assist with the scrolling down. Okay, I see a hand here, two hands.
No, thank you. For this, I would need for the presenter to assist to go to the previous slide, particularly on the ethics officer. Because I think even with this one, we might need to expand on the definition, because Ms. Pleasure in her presentation, she did indicate that we're trying to move to not only focus on designated ones, but those that are appointed as well. So I think that will need to be reflected there. In addition to systems, the definition only make reference to AD exclusion system, but along our processes, we do consider systems such as PERSAL. So I think we might need to include it in terms of our system definition. So those are my two submissions for now. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Mine is on the next page on the definition of other remunerative work. On the last part, it says for which remuneration is received. And we have instances where people are rendering services and they claim that they are not receiving any remuneration. Like for instance, we might have pastors. And if you look at the application form, it is one category where they need to apply. But if you look at the definition of other remunerative work, it does not, I think it contradicts what we have on the application form. So I don't know, maybe we need to remove the last part for on where we are saying for which remuneration is received. Because those categories of people who are rendering services and they say we are not receiving any remuneration, currently what is happening, they do not want to apply for other remunerative work. Thanks.
So we've got a proposal here. Let's go maybe up, scroll up. No, the other way. Sorry. Down again, down. On, where is it? The second page. Go down. It's on page 4. Yeah, just hold it there. Other remunerative work means any business carried out or services rendered for gain or personal benefit by an employee outside his or her employment in the relevant department for which remuneration is received. So you're suggesting that we take out the last part. Okay. You've got.
So I might not be assisting the situation. I just want to check. I think adding to the previous speaker. I'm just thinking aloud in terms of we've got officials who are serving in audit committees in government, and they also claim we don't receive any remuneration. And I think, so should we not then add those exclusions so that it's clearer, because we find ourselves not being able to accommodate them? Because there's an expectation in some instances. I've had a case where people are asking, where do we disclose? And it's not accommodated anyway. So if it's clearer here that it's part of those exclusions, because if you look at that definition, we're saying for which remuneration is received. So if you look at the top part, you're rendering a service for gain or personal benefit outside. But then the last part talks to where for which remuneration is received. So it's a part, if you think about it. So it means it cuts off whatever that you said there. So I would propose that maybe let's look at, I don't know if we're gonna do it there, but we need to have some exclusions that are clearer, where what is covered by other remuneration. It might not be exhaustive, but let's perhaps try and define so that it's clearer, and it also assists the user other than us. If I'm not there as an ethics officer, somebody must be able to pick up and follow. Just a suggestion.
Can I understand what exclusions are we talking about? The definition already excludes any work that is not paid for. So if you're doing any work, you are paid, or whether you're self-employed or not, it's other remunerative work. If I volunteer for an NGO, I don't get a cent I don't owe anybody an application for ORW. It's as easy as that. Yes, I can be working there. I know the argument that you might also be using resources and the like, that should be managed somewhere, not under this directive. So it excludes other things, it includes other things by itself. You do work, you are paid. That's other remunerative work. You do work, you are not paid. It's not. You receive income for which you're not working for, like an investment where you're getting interest, you're not doing any other remunerative work. It's other remunerative work. Because it says remuneration means any payment or benefit in cash or in kind. So being reimbursed for something, it means it's linked to the work that you are doing. Exactly. The only time will be if you say, I put 500 Rand petrol and they're giving you 500 Rand. That's the only time. So you get your money through a receipt. But once it's calculated on something, it's a benefit.
I think maybe the interpretation, it is not the same. And I'm glad that today maybe we might get clarity, because a person will say, yes, I'm a pastor. Yes, I'm sitting in the board for this and this NPO. I'm not getting any remuneration. And currently the understanding was that they need to apply because of the time that they are spending and the possibility of using resources. We need to evaluate. The next point is, as we were doing the financial disclosures, we had people who had disclosed companies, but on the remuneration, they said, I have not made any profits. And when I inquired at the PSA, they said the person has to have an approval, even if they are not doing any business. The mere fact that you have a company registered, it is an intention for you to do business, and they must have an approval to do other remunerative work. So if what you are saying is that if a person says, I'm not remunerated, they don't need to have an approval. Can I just get clarity, because I am confused right now?
No, colleagues, I hear your confusion, but when I explain, don't stick to your confusion. Just try to open your mind, because now we're going round in circles. Don't stick to your confusion. I hear you were confused. And I already said we might have caused the confusion ourselves, and hence we're clarifying things. So I'm going to repeat what I've said. If you are working with no remuneration, you are not doing other remunerative work. When it comes to disclosure, there are different issues. I might be volunteering as a director of this NGO. So I'm going to disclose directorship in an NGO where I am not paid anything. And don't be confused that by the fact that auditors will come and tell you this. I'm telling you what the policy says. And I always say to colleagues, just write to the DG and ask for explanation when auditors are giving you brief about these things. And it's a different thing when somebody says, I don't get and then auditors get to this whatever system they're using and they find that you have been remunerated, that's a different story. Then you are doing other remunerative work without permission. The fact that you're saying it's not, it doesn't mean it's not. Because now we have found out that there's remuneration getting to you. So you are lying unless you can prove something else. And I guess we're dealing with the directive. I think we're going to start on this, but Isaac, take your process.
Yeah, we've got 3 colleagues online there. I think it's three hands, ne?
It was 3, but now it's only 1.
It's only 1. Yeah, just afford the person a chance to.
It was
add their comments.
Peter. Yeah. Can you talk, Peter?
Thanks a lot, colleagues. Can you hear me? Isaac, can you guys hear me?
Peter, we are listening.
Can you hear me? Okay, thanks a lot. Isaac, just in terms of exclusions, in terms of the employee which was talking, remember, there are certain cases where an employee gets appointed to an entity. Let me just give you a practical example what happened here. One of our chief directors got appointed to an entity here in Limpopo to represent the department. And then the department rented one of the halls from that entity. So obviously when the AG did its collections, because what it does, it checks all, it gets CIPC data and CSD data, and it did the comparison, and then it said, this employee does business with government. There's which is not correct indeed, but there is a specific section, I just can't find it now, which includes those people that are employed. I'm not sure if it's in the regulations, but it's one of the exclusions that there will need to be when a person is appointed by the MEC in an entity, or the minister in an entity for that matter. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. There are exclusions because this person is there in their official capacity. The minister has nominated the person or designated, and they are not receiving any remuneration out of that. So that is why on the CSD list that we share with departments, you'll have to indicate, if we're saying this person has been flagged as conducting business with the state, you know the officials that are there in their official capacity, you will indicate. So it's not conducting business with the state. And the ones around the committees, National Treasury is regulating that. I think there is a circular that National Treasury issue oftentimes to say, if you are a public service employee sitting in those committees, you are not supposed to be remunerated. Yes.
And colleagues, let's not confuse other remunerative work with conducting business, because I see we're going like this on them. The directive on conducting business, I'm sure you want to quote Regulation 13C, which says as a director of what, unless you are a director of a schedule what entity in the PFMA. So that excludes you from conducting business with the state. But because you are appointed in that entity as a public service employee, you are not entitled to any remuneration. So when other board members get their checks, just close your eyes. That's not for you. You are supposed to use departmental resources to do that work. If you have to read documents, read them during working hours. You are entitled to that. If you are traveling from Pretoria to Joburg, when you come back, claim your kilometers from the MEC. meaning from the department. So everything that you do is within that context.
Okay, I think we can scroll it down. Any other issues on the definition? I think we've covered that. We're fine on that because I'm looking at the time. On the purpose, this is the purpose of the directive. Do we have any issues on this? Is to set out the application process to perform other remunerative work, prescribe the form to be used by employees to apply for permission to perform other remunerative work, provide guidance to supervisors and ethics officers when assessing an employee's application to perform other remunerative work and making recommendations to the EA. And lastly, to place a reporting obligation on heads of departments. So have we covered all the angles on this one? We agree. Then let's look at this directive. Okay.
In my department, I wanted to check this Roman figure 4, placing reporting obligation on HODs. In my department, we have, they established what called ethics committee, which this kind of obligation with that ethics committee. So we'll only advise the HOD of the decision being made by that committee. So I want to check for is there possibility of accommodating that maybe if it came as a proposal or it's null and void?
Okay. My take will be because now this is delegated to the ethics committee. I take it that. That is why they report to the HOD. So my thinking is not to reflect the ethics committee there because it has been delegated. I don't know if there is someone with a different view on this one.
The report will be signed by the HODs, the same as if the report was done by the ethics officer. They won't sign it and send it to DPSA. The HOD will have to sign it. That's why the obligation is on the HOD. Mara, remember, they can delegate to anybody or any structure in the department.
Yes. And this directive will repeal and replace the directive on other remunerative work outside an employee's employment in the relevant department. I think Pleasure has touched on that one. I don't know if there are any issues. Okay. Authorization, the directive is issued by the minister in terms of that section, read with regulation 24 of the Public Service Regulation. So that is clear. Let's go to the next page, my brother. The scope of the application. This directive applies to all national and provincial departments and government components and employees appointed in terms of the Act. Members of the services, educators, and members of intelligence services only insofar as the provisions of the directive are not contrary to the laws governing their employment. Then 4.2, the directive does not apply to persons appointed in terms of Section 12A of the Act and persons who provide specific services to departments but are not appointed in terms of Section 9 of the Act. Do we have any issues here? Yes.
Just a clarity. When you say government components, you are talking about the entities or what does it mean when you say government components?
Government component is not necessarily entities. We're talking about your NPA. Yes. JIPA, yes. NISA, yeah. You know it is. ETech, yeah, national training. Yes.
Government components are not established in terms of the PFMA. Mostly the entities, you'll find that they are through the PFMA. There are many schedules behind that act that you will find those behind. So any public service act related regulation or directive does not go to entities. Thanks, colleagues.
All right, thank you about that. So can we move on, colleagues? If you can scroll down. So this statutory framework, we guided by Section 30 of the Public Service Act. So that is, it has been stated like that. Can we all scroll down? Any issues? So that one is Section 31 of the Public Service Act. It talks about remuneration. If you are doing that without permission, you have to pay into the revenue an amount equal to the amount of any such remuneration or allowance or reward. So that one is stated in the Public Service Act. That also is a continuation of what is stated on the Act. Can you just hold it there at 5.3? Public Service Regulations 2016 provides as follows: an employee shall put the public interest first in the execution of his or her official duties. That is Regulation 11B that has been included there. Any question, any comment on that one? We agree, colleagues. Okay, let's move on to the next page. Application for permission to perform other remunerative work outside the relevant department. So these are principles regarding the application of the remunerative work. 6.1.1, before undertaking other remunerative work, an employee must first obtain written permission from the EA or delegated authority in terms of the applicable prescripts in this directive. So nothing has changed in terms of that. 6.1.2, the e-disclosure system is the exclusive method for requesting permission to perform other remunerative work. Remember, Pleasure said we're going to digitize the process. So you're going to use the very e-disclosure system to apply on that system. So that is why 6.1.2 has been added there. And then 6.1.3, where possible, the employee should engage his or her immediate supervisor before initiating the application process. Do we agree with that?
As to that 6.1.3, when we start to say where possible, and we giving the officials some way of moving around, not to tell the supervisor. unlike when we are straightforward to say employees should engage the immediate supervisor before, so that they don't have any room for, to say, my supervisor is not aware. But then when we are starting to be straightforward, it gives direction to say, you must.
Okay, there is a proposal.
Thanks. I just wanted to check. I'm fine with I think the previous proposal. If you can scroll down, the previous one, just for my clarity, how do you anticipate this disclosure to be working in the different government departments? Because there's an element of the official, the supervisor. How is this gonna work? I'm just trying to understand so that at least maybe we can think about it before we finalize.
Okay, the thinking was that as an applicant, you will register on the system like when you are a designated employee. So everybody in the public service will be uploaded on the e-disclosure system. And then you'll have your username and password. And we were also toying around the idea to say the supervisor's details should also appear on the system. Like after you submit your application, then the supervisor will get some sort of a notification that an application has been uploaded, and they will go there and recommend. And then after recommending, it goes, same with the disclosure form. You complete the form, you submit, it goes to the ethics officer, will verify, then it goes to the HOD. So here it will be the applicant, the supervisor will recommend, and then it goes to the ethics officer, ultimately to the decision maker.
Okay. I would like to say something regarding 6.1.3. It says where possible, the employee should engage the immediate supervisor before initiating the application process. I kind of disagree with this one. The reason being that if I engage my immediate supervisor who does not agree with my application, it means that my application will never go through the process. But if I engage, I don't engage, but I complete the form and I give to the supervisor will have no other choice but when declining, we'll have to write the reasons for declining and sign, other than engaging without anywhere in writing, the application will end up not going. I'm saying this because some supervisor might disagree with the application and write there, but the decision still rests with the executive authority or the delegated official to approve. Because in other work relation, you find that there is no good relation between the supervisor and the supervisee. So engaging them without the application, I think it will be challenging. Thank you.
Here's the proposal. Before maybe we've got two. The one, it says we should do away with that 6.1.3. Then the other, it says we should remove where possible to say an employee should engage the supervisor. So we are there. I'm coming to you.
Thank you for that. I just want to touch on an issue where we talk of an immediate supervisor. And if you know the hierarchy, the way we do things in terms of the department, you find very simply that let's call it at a director level, where things would actually sit. Because when you get an application for ROOPS, end of the day is that somebody needs to manage that person on the ground. But the director at the director level needs to know about this so that when things go wrong, end of the day is that it's a process of an activity that's being dealt with. So I think even in its current form that we have it, we talk of the supervisor. Then immediately when you look at an electronic system, you'll find that the directors will not be responsible. Because end of the day, they're responsible for that entity as a responsibility manager and the like, if we take it in those terms. So I think it's something that we need to look and think towards, because end of the day is that even the ethics officer is not able to manage that person's activities along the way. It is the supervisor, but the accountability then would fall where? Is it like if it's a person at level 5, then their supervisor is at level 7, right? And we look at it along the way in terms of the chain, there's a difference as it got to. So something we need to probably think about as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, I wanted to agree with the idea of removing where possible, so that even in the future, if it's challenged, then the employee will say it was not possible. So it's giving that leeway. So I am supporting the idea of removing where possible.
So there's a question on the chart. I'm not sure who's managing that, but I've been asked to find out how do we deal with secondments. So if someone is being seconded in a different environment, but they're not employed on the seconded department's PESEL, how do we deal with that? How do we assess it? Must it be explicitly stated in the secondment agreement? So maybe they're just asking for clarity on this one.
Okay, before maybe we agree to remove 6.1.3 or only remove where possible, can we maybe get the purpose of this engagement first that must take place, because the supervisor is part of the process. So what is the purpose of engaging the supervisor before submitting the form?
I'd like to also extend the question of my lady here, that what would be the purpose, yes, and maybe let's also clarify on how the application would go. Let's say the supervisor declines. Does it mean it doesn't have to go to the next signatory? If they decline, then it stops there. Or when they decline, then it can still go to the ethics officer for recommendation. So that clarity based on the system that's going to be revised or digitized. Please assist, and that will assist in us knowing that we should remove the statement there.
Okay. On the chart, before we go to that comment on the chart, 6.1.3, where it says the employee should engage his or her immediate supervisor before initiating the application process. Because you work with the supervisor, you don't want to surprise them on the application form. You just inform them in advance to say, I've got the intention to do other remunerative work, and I'm going to upload the application form. So I think the agreement starts there. That's my thinking, to say you should at least let your supervisor know that you've got an intention to do that, so that you can discuss at that level whether you can upload the application or not.
Thanks once more. I think, colleagues, this item maybe it might be interpreted differently based on each department or modes of how the department operates. I'm from GCIS. In my department, most of the colleagues who are making this kind of applications are those who are, I can say, please, the editors. You find that this person wants to be a sub-editor for Sunday Times or whatever newspaper. And the supervisor is the only one who sometimes will come with a substantive information to say, there's a potential conflict of interest. And I think I'm saying this on basis of the information that we always rely upon to say, supervisor, provide us with the report within these 40 hours that he has mentioned there. How is the situation, or when it comes to work Monday? Because we also have the radio what in my department. Other guys who find that is a DJ in a particular radio station or maybe during the weekends. And the supervisor is the one who will tell you, Norman, we do when it comes to work, especially Monday or Thursdays, he's like this. So now I agree that I think the supervisor, where possible, yeah, let's leave it to say maybe delete that portion of where possible and maybe we make it as a must. Unless maybe we say not that Tawizi is the baby of your department, so don't bring us into that conclusion. But I think that one must still remain because I think it will assist to make an informative decision.
No, thanks, Mr. Kabin. So colleagues, as this 6.1.3 is being clarified, I think I now sort of get a more clearer picture why it got there. It's only just to ensure that maybe the application doesn't take too long to be processed by the supervisor. I think that's what the PSA was actually looking at. So one way or the other, the supervisor must still process the application if it's been lodged by the applicant. Must be approved prior you going to. So it's more related to that. So I don't know if it really stipulation. So it is just trying to encourage employees to actually be in consultation with their supervisors. So I don't know if it should be there. And I had another point. It's a new item. I think I had to say pleasure when she was making her presentation earlier. I'm talking about having employees that are actually fairly new in the department. It will even talk to the secondment, the question from the chat to say like you're being seconded to a new environment and all that. I'm not sure if it would be too harsh to say on the regulations to have sort of a probation kind of period to say an employee cannot apply for maybe a ROPS when they are still fairly new in an environment, or maybe in just newly appointed, and maybe just to put in some probation period before they are actually eligible to apply for this process. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, on that second part, here you are a newly employee, you don't necessarily understand your responsibility. Then you start now to put an application for other remunerative work.
Thank you. Mine is to say, I feel that that statement should stay. I've met some issues before. When you ask the supervisor, why did you sign? Then the answer that will get to say, it's just the same, I needed to sign it because this person is a problem. Then the problem then becomes yours. They rather discuss it first themselves. Then I think the other side where you've got a spreadsheet where the supervisor needed to give progress, it will then, you need to catch issues there.
Colleagues, allow me to cut it and then agree that it stays. Can we agree on that for the sake of time? And then maybe where possible, as is, or we remove where possible. Yes, okay. The 30-day period as required. So, colleagues, there's tea, the one who wants tea, they can go and maybe come in with the tea. Tea's outside.
No, thank you. In supporting the resolution that is being taken, I think it would force us to then revise our form to make provision to ensuring that this is enforced and monitored. Maybe in that section, yeah, supervisor, you might need to put in something that would ask whether the applicant did actually engage the supervisor prior to them submitting the form, just to ensure that we're able to monitor this thing because it's going to be in our directive. Yeah.
Okay, there's a proposal that we take this also to the application form. And can we also take it to the checklist as well, maybe? Okay. Then permission to perform other remunerative work should not exceed a period of 12 calendar months. So this, it still remains, we agree. If the employee wishes to continue performing other remunerative work after the approved period, a new application should be submitted 60 days before expiry.
I want to check on the issue of reapplication after the 12 months period. If it's possible that we can have some form or something that is, because now if the form for new application and the ones who are reapplying, it's the same. So it kind of creates a bit of more admin work to reassess everything, whereas the person has not changed the post, the responsibilities are still the same. If maybe we can also have an indication on the form whether this is a new application or it's a renewal of the previous approval that was granted, or if we can just have a simplified process or a form where a person is renewing the approval after the 12 months period. I'm just checking if it's going to be possible to do that.
Yeah, that's a proposal to say, if you still want to continue probably doing the same work, there should be a simplified version of the form that those are completing. That is a proposal. And you were indicating also to say, can we capture it in the directive?
Even if it's not captured on the directive, but for those who have not changed responsibilities, they've been granted approval before so that they don't undergo the whole process again.
Yeah, no, it has been captured. All right. I think we've got questions on the chat and comments here. Those that are online. Vali, you can
speak. Charles, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. I'm sorry, I should have known I can just speak. I was trying to raise my hand online. So quickly, I'm Charles Bellumeur. I'm a consultant in ethics and integrity, a Canadian consultant who assisted Isaac Cabini and Pleasure Machego with this gap analysis that led to the modifications we're looking at the moment. So I know we closed that point, but just quickly to present a bit of context about point 613. The idea behind this addition was really to encourage the applicants to openly discuss and have a transparent discussion with their supervisor, to have some initial advices. So this is not part of anything related to the more formal process, the digitized system, or the remunerative work system. So just requesting and encouraging the applicants to have this open discussion might help them to understand the best, to understand if their other remunerative work is really eligible, if it's a good idea to engage in such a work. So just to clarify the things again, this was not intended to be part of any sort of formal process of the forms filling and the final certificate of approval that will be done.
Okay, I think it has been clarified. We're clear now on that part, so we can continue. There was a question on the application process to say if the supervisor does not agree or recommend, does the application stop with the supervisor or does it proceed? So the process does not change. It continues because it has to reach the person who will make the decision. The supervisor will recommend. Whether they recommend or they do not recommend, it does not stop there. It proceeds up until it reaches where the decision is made.
Thank you. Talking about the decision, I need to check if the new proposed directives have an appeal process, like in the event the MEC or the minister does not, or the executive authority does not approve, and then one feels aggrieved and they want to appeal. Is that process appealable?
The process does not change. With the previous one, there's no appeal process. If you want to contest it, you must take it to court.
Colleagues, we can't include anything that in principle is not accommodated in the Act. So this is solely the decision of the EA, and that's why even if the supervisor doesn't support, he or she will give reasons, but that application must proceed. So the decision is solely the EA's one, and there is no appeal process. So we will not include it in the directive. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we've covered all. We're fine.
Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, it's Peter Kukumuri from Limpopo. I've raised my hand. Can I just come in quickly?
Yes, you can proceed, Peter.
Thank you, sir. Maybe just to mention, when you were indeed talking about the appeal procedure, we had a similar, actually a case like that where an applicant.
Looks like we have a problem with that. Can you start from the beginning? We lost you.
Okay, can you hear me now, pleasure?
Yes, start from the beginning.
Okay, thank you. We had, interestingly enough, we had a case here in Limpopo at Treasury where application was declined by the executive authority, and the applicant wanted to know whether there's appeal, and we indicated that there's no space for an appeal. But when we consulted with our legal services, they actually indicated, and I just haven't got that specific part of the Act, or where it was, I can just get it and we can share it with you tomorrow, that the only way that you can appeal any decision by a MEC taken in, and specifically in this case, is you have to take it to the Public Service Commission. And there's a specific area that points that out, but I haven't got it with me, but I will just, I can share it tomorrow morning quickly with you via email. But interestingly enough, but that there's no standard appeal procedure in terms of that, it came out clearly, but he could appeal it that way. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thanks, Peter. Well, that might be an option. I won't say no to that because PSC is, I don't know, what do we call them? Not supervisory body. What?
Will it be oversight, pleasure?
Oversight body. So probably, I will not say no or yes. You can clarify it tomorrow, as you were saying. We can also clarify it on our side. Thanks for that. There is a question also about secondments. Now, secondments, you will have to treat it like you treat transfers. But colleagues, let me say, when you do some of these things, you really need to, you know, in the public service, we want the forms, we complete the forms and we sign. Now, when a different situation comes, it's as if it's confusing. If a person is a candidate to another department and is doing other remunerative work, if you do not say anything about it as a seconder, then it means that person goes to a new environment and must be assessed newly. If you are saying you are going to maintain all your conditions, including other remunerative work, then you have covered that person. But if you are not saying anything, that person must be assessed. And we know secondment is a special arrangement. And that's why all the special arrangements must be clear in terms of that person. So if the MEC is allowing you to continue doing other remunerative work in that department, or the two departments agree you can continue, then it is clear. But if it's not clear, then unfortunately you'll have to go through another process. But it doesn't mean it's not possible. Colleagues, it looks like I have to take over. Isaac has other commitments. So are we allowed to move on? Okay. Where were we? Which point are we at? Okay, 6 point. Okay, I think this one is clear. So what we need to do here is to look at the application form, and I've heard you making proposals about the application form. The one I have clearly is that we should look at the renewal form versus the whole new application form.
Thanks, it's a pleasure. I'm worried about the form because when you do your own policy, you need to change the form somehow so it can suit your policies, especially to us from Department of Health. There are some other, like the National Health, need to have a specific form or specific requirement, and we have to make sure that it's being catered for in that form. So if it's, now it's written that must come to, as determined by the minister, we sometimes have a problem because other colleagues, they'll come with that national form instead of using the one that we designed. Although it's almost the same, change there and there just to cater some of the thing that is not catered by the standard form.
What is it that is not catered, that we should cater? If you don't remember from the top of your head, you can still.
I just remember one, for example, we've got a hospital committee, Arabs hospital committee that sit and analyze all the forms. After the supervisor goes to the committee, before it can goes to the ethics officer, then to the executive authority.
Yeah, that is very specific. So that is why we are giving you an option to have an internal policy. So if you have those delegations within the department, others are using ethics committees, others are using some structures, then you can work them out. As long as you are not changing anything that we have in our form.
Yes.
And you are adapting to the internal circumstances, I think that can be done. Otherwise, make it an annexure to the form.
So can we cater that there on the 6.1.7, or you do feel it's perfect the way it is?
No, remember, if we accommodate you, we issue a standard form, but we know that we have processes within the department. So those you can cover in your policy. And because of that policy, then you will have an annexure to the form. Are we fine? Okay. So I'm saying there are different ways of dealing with the forms. So we can't cater for everyone. So we issue a standard form, but your make it an annexure to the form. I hear what you are saying, and it's possible, and others use. So we will also look and see if there are any changes that will require there. Okay, let's
maybe share the form, our form with you.
All right. Can we move forward, up or down? I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah. So 6.1.8 says confidentiality of applications should be maintained at all stages of the application process. Are we fine? Permission to perform other remunerative work is given only for the work applied for. I think this has been a principle, but it was not in the directive, so we just shifted it back. So if you're applying to practice as a nurse at Steve Biko after hours, that is the only thing you are given permission for. So you can't just decide to go to Pencrest the other day. Is it fine? Okay, let's move. Application process. Okay, this is the process. But you remember what I showed you. The first one is the employee. So from the employee, it goes to the supervisor, so it doesn't skip the supervisor and come back again. And then from the supervisor, it goes to the ethics officer. From the ethics officer, it goes to the EA. So the other step is still hanging there because we are not ready with the e-disclosure system. So we will be fine. So I think what is important here is those templates. We will go to them. Let's go up. Okay. 6.31, the applicant's immediate supervisor completes. I think the new thing there is that it's 5 days. No, it has always been 5 days, ne? But now we know 5 days. If it's Monday up to end of the business on Friday. Or if you are so strict with the time, it will be Monday, the same time you submitted. So you complete that form. Let's go down. So we will go back to the supervisor tool now for that one. And then now the ethics officer had 7 days, I think. So we're saying 10 days. Now, okay, both for the supervisor and the ethics officer, do you think it's enough time? You agree with the 5 days and the 10 days? Okay, Vali, is there anybody who has an issue online?
Yeah, someone says, can the system have an option to copy previous form for renewals for all parties?
Okay, we will deal with that when we get to the system.
And then the other one is it 60 days to be submitted to the supervisor or 60 days before expiry to the decision maker? I think this one was
60 days before the decision maker. So, because if you look at the 30 days plus other days, then I think 60 days is reasonable. Unless you think otherwise, colleagues. He was asking a question, not making a proposal. Are we fine with that? Okay, so let's go down. And that's the decision making. So with this one, we can't even change. The 30 days stand as like that because it's in the act. So we can't change it. So if the EA has delegated somebody, then that person will act as an EA. Now here's the complexity that we can't even put on the directive. When the function is delegated to somebody, it means if you are not happy with the process, there's a possibility that you can go to the owner of the process, even though we can't say it in the directive. But when you do your policies and you know there's delegation, then it means you're giving that space, because if I go to court, I'm going to take the EA to court, because he is the one who is going to be a respondent to my whatever, my papers. So that's the leg that you can give yourself. But Peter will explain the PSC thing tomorrow.
That is part of our draft policy that the executive authority delegates the power to the accounting officer. Then when you appeal, then you appeal to the executive authority.
Yeah. Decision making 642. The EA or delegated authority when making decision must Maraksa the proposal since I took over. How? What's going on? The EA or delegated authority when making a decision must at least take into account. So this is what the supervisor and the ethics officer has already done. They made that assessment. So he will or she will consider what they are saying and agree or disagree, and don't feel offended if they disagree with you. The decision is theirs. It might be having problems and you have highlighted them, but don't take anything to heart. Any comment there? Okay, if permission is granted, and this is now where also I want us to look at the form and the certificate. because I'm still not clear in my head if the conditions are very clear. The conditions under which this approval, let's think approval, this approval is given. Because even if it's 12, and I think it must end by saying, if you do not adhere to this, then it will be, it can be taken back, so that people know that it's not like when you have it, you have it. So you must always adhere to conditions. And this is where the problem is with the deemed approvals. Because remember, it's like that person has given himself or herself an approval. So there are no conditions attached. And that's why we must guard against that. And that's why we are trying, colleagues, to make conditions conducive to make sure that we don't have deemed approvals. If permission is granted on the basis of section 30, the deemed of the act, the deemed permission, why does it start with the deemed permission? Okay, we will revisit that. But there are two issues here. One is that the approval is valid for 12 months. So the same goes for deemed approval. But like I'm saying, with the approval, then somebody has a certificate which stipulates even the conditions. But with deemed approval, it's like you have given yourself permission. So there are two things. I will correct that 6.42. It doesn't read well. But if there are any contributions to that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry? Okay, I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1.
Sis Pleasure, you just said that, but I suppose it's not put in there. 6.4, maybe 0.3, to say the EA has the right to withdraw the approval if it feels the conditions have not been met.
Yes. Can you please take note of that? I agree. And then the certificate will have to outline those conditions.
Thank you. On the, when we are talking about the deemed approval, I remember that we forgot to deal with the definition of deemed approval in section 1 up there. We didn't deal with it. So maybe after this, we may go back to look at it. And then again, on the conditions of the deemed approval, I'm proposing that maybe the conditions that will apply if a decision was made within the time where the stipulated time frame, because it's a deemed approval, it means when you are giving yourself a certificate and the same certificate is in the same form of the approval. So the conditions that are there on the certificate may apply on the deemed approval instead of now maybe leaving the deemed approval to be without conditions.
Who's the note taker? I think it's a good suggestion. So what she's saying is that we must also revisit the deemed approval and put conditions to it. Because yeah, I can just imagine what if it's a direct conflict of interest. So yeah, noted.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to check that how far is the possibility of making that 12 months to be aligned with financial year, and then it runs from up until 31st of March, so that at least even someone complete his e-disclosure, then you can make, maybe things can be easier on that line. And maybe in the event there's a new appointees in the middle of the cycle, that we request a special provision for system to be open, just like in disclosure.
Please note it, we tried, I don't remember what was the response, but it arise during the discussions. I think let it be on the notes, because then it means we are standardizing the process. We will have to say the applications will come in February of each year, so that they can start on the 1st of April and end on the 31st of March. So colleagues must think about it if that's what you want, because we are. So it means, so what happens if I'm late?
Maybe there will be a request that DPSA open system for us, just like we are doing for the new directors when they get appointed.
Yeah, I think I remember now where the complication was coming. Is that then if we say, then it means we cannot say it's valid for a period of 12 months. Because if I apply in July and it says 12 months, it means up to the next July. So what happens if I get my approval in July? It means 31st of March, I must go and get a new certificate for the next financial year. There was that thing, but yeah, let's all think about it and agree on a way forward. Nobile?
Okay, mine was on 6.4.2, that if we can also include the provisions, the one on top, the red one. Yes, because we have included the issues of employees' functions. We have others that are on the form. If we can include those on the directive as well. It includes issues of impacting negatively on the employees' performance, involving the use of state resources to perform other remunerative work. If it's possible that we can add those on the directive as well.
Where do we find that?
On the form itself. If we can also bring that into the directive, that when you take into account the remunerative work, you must also take into account whether state resources will not be used in performing the other remunerative work. Also, if it prevents the employee from placing their time at the disposal of the state. There is a number of reasons that are stated. Now, I'm asking if we can include those as well on the directive.
Okay, please note that, but then we will be repeating, I think, the point, point 2, because it's there. So in the form, we were just saying, don't forget these things, but they are there in the directive. Otherwise, it will be very long.
Pleasure.
And then it's you. Don't increase my numbers. You are 5, Vali 6.
Okay, mine is a question on the authorization chain of the ORW. We had a situation where, the applicant, actually the executive authority is the supervisor and as well as the executive authority. So the applicant would fill up the application form, give it to the supervisor, who is the executive authority. And then it will have to come to the ethics officer, but that is not the order of authorizing the application form. So we're seeking your advice on how to deal with that.
Yeah, so it's wearing 2 caps. So it's, I will not sign as EA in the first one, it's the supervisor. Although in principle, there's a conflict. So that's what you should work in your policy, because Rona, we're telling you it's the EA who approves. Now you delegating, so when you delegate, you must cater for those situations. So what happens? What happens if the EA is the EA applying? So we must cater for that. Yes, we must cater for that. Let's give.
She's saying, maybe the question that she's saying, to say whether is it the person, ma'am, is it the person in the EA's office, a director in the EA's office? Because if it's a director in the EA's office, that
No,
needs to
let's
report-
not debate it.
No, it's just,
Then-
we need to clarify it, because there are lines there. It's
Mm-mm.
not congested.
So in the normal line of work, I report to the EA, to this person. Let's say this person is director ethics. I'm deputy director ethics, but the minister has delegated deputy director ethics to be an EA. So I am applying for ORW. So I'm taking it to him as my supervisor. That was the question. So it looks like there's a conflict there. So I am saying that is what needs to be catered for in the policy, if you have a policy. If not, when you delegate, you must now say what is going to happen in that situation.
When a person is delegated, we don't consider the rank.
I don't know how delegations work. That's not my area. There's a directive there's a whole directive on that. I don't want to lie to you because you have said I am confusing you. It's because sometimes you say things that you don't know. Vali,
Okay,
online?
it's Sihle Motlhala saying that, can we make it clear that deemed
Days of the supervisor, we don't count the 10 days of the EA, of the ethics officer. It's solely tied to the 30 days of the EA.
Thanks. That's what I wanted to comment about the issue of the deemed approval. I think at some point it will create a problem, because if we assume a person has a deemed approval, it means there are no condition, it means there is no certificate. So the problem becomes when audit comes. So there's nothing to prove that it was a deemed approval. And what if the person maybe didn't have any condition attached to the deemed?
No, the only proof you have is the date stamped when that thing was submitted. So it means the 30 days lapsed. Deemed approval, colleagues, is a problem that you must avoid. I agree with you, it's a problem. But why do we delay? Sometimes we delay because we don't want to take a decision. So agree or not agree, easy. As long as you have reasons, they might not be, I may not like your reasons. It doesn't mean we're all going to like the reasons why we are not approved. It's like any other decision. Can we go up? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, mine is in relation to the deemed approval, to say, in case when is a deemed approval, but however the AA later on issues the certificate, it has to revoke the deemed approval. Wouldn't it be like that?
Come again?
Here, I got a deemed approval for that period, but however, due to those delays and the EA approves and issues the certificate after the period that was set. And wouldn't that be, revoke the deemed approval?
I was told a capital NO.
Okay.
I also thought that is the
That's where we realize.
obvious route. Because I delayed, but no, I see there's a conflict. I was told capital NO.
Therefore, that's when, that's where we realized that during the committees, or this committee, we need to disclose such deemed approval so that we can monitor them very close. Because I think it's very critical that we identify and list all the deemed approval that we have realized within the department.
But now remember, now in terms of this directive, your committees and the like are just part of the process. The 30 days is with the EA. Okay. Anything else? Let's go. Colleagues, it is 4:26. Do you still have time to spare or 4 minutes? So we knock off at 4:30. Okay, let's see how far we can go. I think with this one, we started debating a lot about the understanding, but I think it helped because now we could move with other things. Let's move, Wally. Okay, that is the introduction of, we are saying there can be a delegation. The HOD may consider adopting a policy. Okay, go to, yeah, sure, that's 7.2, sorry, the whole of it now. The policy may address the following issues. So it doesn't mean you cannot add to those issues. That's where your other processes can come in. And that's why we are saying, we are not saying the policy should address the following issues. So there may be other things that you want to add there. There may be other things that are not relevant to you. So that is why we have those things, like the kind of ORW that employees are prohibited from doing, because such presents clear conflict of interest. So they shouldn't bother anybody about that. Or they are going to contravene the code of conduct, or they are going to conduct business with the state. As I was outside and accused of confusing you, people are saying auditors in the department, they go to form part of audit committees, and then they claim kilometers and the like. And just by going there, it's conducting business with the state. She gets so confused now. She gets so confused now. Colleagues, I think let us agree. Let's deal with the directive. Clearly, we need a clear explanatory manual on ORW. Do we agree? Yes, so let's agree. We can't deal with everything, because if we put all the details in there, some will not even read it, because then it's a Bible. So let's agree, and it will be nice if we have something electronic where if you want to see what is this about conducting business with the state, you can just click there and see. So don't despair. Nobile, don't despair. So we will do that. Charles, you can hear me. They're agreeing with us. We need that manual. And I promise you, colleagues, we will work on it. Yeah, so there will be, so conditions under which ORW will be reviewed, even if the 12 months have not yet expired. So colleagues are saying, please go and look at that deemed approval also. So it means we must go and think about it. Any restrictions for new employees or employees on probation? And that's why I'm saying may, if you think that doesn't apply, you can leave it. Limitation in terms of the number of approval. Now, I've received so many questions about how many other remunerative works a person can do. And I can't tell you, but let me share with you what other colleagues have shared. So they looked at the principle of overtime. I tried to throw it in here, but I couldn't. Remember, I can't do anything that is not, that doesn't cover everybody. So they look at the principle of overtime and they are saying, remember the form asks how many hours, and then they are putting limit in terms of hours. So if you're going to have 10 hours, 10 hours, 10 hours, they can't go on top of each other. Then we are running a risk of losing you because of burnout, because you work 24 hours, or you're going to steal our time. So supervisors, again, supervisors are not forced. So maybe we must also do the supervisor manual to say you are not forced to support, but don't just decline for the sake of it. Just give your reasons. So it really doesn't, it can have a standard answer of how many. What if I do it 1 hour? And I have the other one for another hour. And the other one, and they go to 5 hours. Somebody's doing straight 5 hours with one. So that's why we must apply our minds. And colleagues, I've been told the truth that hurts is that I want to babysit departments. And it's true, because I'm trying to accommodate you and your questions. But some of these things, people need to apply their minds to it. You can't get standard answers. So the DPSA can't babysit departments. We must give the policy guide, and we must apply our minds to these things. And it's the truth that hurts. If I can tell you that you're going to who was first?
Okay.
Okay, ladies first.
At least it's ethical enough to say I was.
Yes, thanks, Going back to doing business with the state, you mentioned the issue of audit committees. Now I'm asking, because we have a shortage of a pool of presiding officers, Kuma departments, you will find that there's a hearing somewhere and they are requesting, maybe in Limpopo, they are requesting your labor relations officer to go and preside over that case. Does it mean they are doing business? Because they are not paid, but they are remunerated for kilometers and for SNT for sleeping over back in that province.
With the skills that you have,
By who?
knowledge of government,
Paid by who?
another department.
The other department.
Yes.
And that's the agreement between Department A and Department B. And it's the same rate that Department A does. So the person could have come back and claimed at his or her department. But the argument of the HOD is that that is not my work. So Department A will pay you. Is it not a different scenario? Maybe that's something that we need to think about with the directive on conducting business with the state. I wonder if my colleagues from discipline management are still online. Maybe they will help us with that. They will assist us with that. So we'll just take note of that. Colleagues, don't just ask questions. Please make proposals. I don't know everything.
maybe before they start, yeah, I don't know whether it's a question or it's something that we need to look at. If I have a block of flats and renting out to the student, but paid through by the university straight or NSFAS, this is a block of flat which I'm not.
You are
very-
conducting business with the state. Let me stop you there. Tate Molatwa,
Yeah. First,
colleagues, I'm at your mercy.
I think we are confusing some things, like with the audit committees. When you have a special skill and you deal, like we have somebody who is a CFO in this department and forms part of the audit of another department. Those are things that are allowed in terms of, however, those people are not remunerated.
Just stop there. They are not remunerated and they don't get benefits. Yes. Colleagues, confused. You keep on going in circles. Please, let's not deal with conducting business with the state. Let's deal with other remunerative work. If I hear anybody talking about exclusions and CBO, I'm going to be rude. I'm going to take the mic.
But maybe we are stuck in the confusion, Madam Pleasure, because we're talking about serving in a committee of another department. Let's just familiarize these two. I serve in a bid committee somewhere in another department. I've been requested to serve in that bid committee. I sit in that bid committee. I'm not remunerated as in, an extra remuneration. But if there is an SNT to apply, like for traveling and everything, I claim that SNT. How does it differ from one serving in an audit committee of another department?
They are not claiming anything. That's the difference. No, they are not claiming even SNT. Remember the definition of remuneration. We said benefit. It includes benefits. And colleagues, remember, National Treasury has also made this clear. If you serve in an entity as a public servant, you are not entitled to remuneration. Now, we defined what remuneration is. So everything that falls within that, that's why I said, if you were going to give a receipt of 10 Rand, let's say I'm going to Mafikeng, I serve in a board here university, and I book myself BNB. And tomorrow at the board meeting, I'm saying to them 500 Rand receipt for the BNB. And they giving me 500 Rand, they just reimbursing me, giving me back my money. So I don't benefit anything out of that. But if we're going to start by saying the rate for kilometers is this much, you fall within the benefit part of the definition. Okay, can we go home and sleep and talk about this tomorrow?
Pleasure. I will second that. Thank you.
The rate is not the same as the slip of the petrol. If you're going to give a receipt of 500 Rand, it's not the same as claiming 2.70 Rand per kilometer. It's a benefit. No, remember, sorry, colleagues, it's within the context of the directive. So the English definition might be saying something. In the context of this, that's why the definitions will tell you, in the context of this directive, this is what is happening. Yes, because you're going to appear in their books as having benefited. No, Remember, if it's a reimbursement, when the auditors come, they will show your receipt. Why don't you give them slip? Give them the slip. Give them the slip. Guys, colleagues online, the session has come to an end for today. We are starting tomorrow at 9.
Thank you, pleasure. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, colleagues. Have a good evening.